The Constitution of Liberty, F.A. Hayek. / one orienting paragraph. Source, scope, examination arc. Abstract. This volume undertakes a comprehensive restatement of the classical liberal philosophy of freedom, drawing on more than 2,000 years of Western thought to defend individual liberty against the encroachments of both socialism and the welfare state. Through an interweaving of political philosophy, jurisprudence, and economics, the book argues that liberty is best protected not by specific rights, but by the rule of law and limited government, and that the spontaneous order of the market, when constrained by general rules, achieves a coordination of dispersed knowledge that no central planner can replicate. The method is neither purely historical nor purely theoretical. It is the careful analysis of the institutional conditions under which freedom can be preserved, tested against the concrete economic and social issues of our time. Executive summary. Hayek presents a systematic defense of individual freedom against the twin threats of doctrinaire socialism and the expanding welfare state, arguing that the preservation of liberty requires adherence to the rule of law, the dispersal of economic power through private property, and the restraint of government action within the framework of general rules. The book's 3 parts: the value of freedom, freedom in the law, and freedom in the welfare state, move from the philosophical foundations of liberty through its juridical expression to its practical application in the most contentious areas of contemporary policy, demonstrating that the pursuit of security and equality through discretionary government action inevitably undermines the conditions under which individuals can live as autonomous agents. Central thesis. Hayek's core claim is that liberty is best protected not by enumerating specific rights, but by establishing and maintaining the rule of law, a system of general, known, and impersonal rules that apply equally to all persons, including the agents of the state, and that create the stable framework within which individuals can pursue their own plans and benefit from knowledge they do not themselves possess. Foundational observations. Liberty as absence of coercion. Liberty is not the possession of power or the satisfaction of desires, but the absence of deliberate interference with the individual's protected sphere. It is the condition in which a person can act according to his own decisions and plans, free from the arbitrary will of another. Spontaneous order. Social coordination arises not from deliberate design, but from the conformity of individual actions to general rules. The market, competition, and the evolution of institutions are paradigmatic examples of spontaneous orders that harness dispersed knowledge without central direction. Rule of law. The principle that all persons, including the agents of the state, are subject to known and general rules that are enforced impartially and applied equally to all. The rule of law is the institutional expression of the epistemological humility that recognizes the limits of individual reason. Knowledge problem. No single mind can possess the knowledge required to direct the economic activities of a complex society. Knowledge is dispersed among millions of individuals, and the only system capable of coordinating this dispersed knowledge is one that relies on impersonal mechanisms, such as competition and prices. Progressive taxation critique. A system of taxation in which the rate increases with income is incompatible with the rule of law because it subjects individuals to different burdens according to criteria that are inherently arbitrary and cannot be defined by general rules. Welfare state critique. The transition from legitimate government functions, public amenities, a minimum standard of sustenance, to the guarantee of particular outcomes necessarily involves the exercise of discretionary power over individuals and the replacement of spontaneous coordination with administrative direction. Education and research. Compulsory education up to a minimum standard is legitimate for a literate and reasonably informed citizenry. But government control of education beyond the elementary level risks the establishment of a despotism over the mind. The dispersal of knowledge and the freedom of inquiry are essential conditions for the advance of civilization. Significance and recommendation. This book matters because it provides the most rigorous and comprehensive defense of individual liberty available in the 20th century, demonstrating that the preservation of freedom requires not merely good intentions, but the maintenance of specific institutional constraints, constraints that protect the individual's protected sphere against the encroachments of both private and public power. It should be read by anyone who wishes to understand the philosophical foundations of a free society and the practical dangers that threaten it. Introduction. The liberal philosophy of freedom, which has slowly developed through more than 2,000 years, now stands in need of a comprehensive restatement and revindication. In recent years, while admirably historical accounts of the political traditions of the West have proliferated, no single work has yet explained what these principles mean when applied to the concrete problems of our time, or whereupon their ultimate justification rests. The pressing social questions of our age have led us, step by step, beyond the boundaries of technical economics into the broader fields of political philosophy and jurisprudence. For the answers we seek cannot be found within any single discipline alone. This book is not chiefly concerned with the problems of any particular country or of a particular moment of time, but, at least in its earlier parts, with principles which claim universal validity. The book owes its conception and plan to the recognition that the same intellectual trends, under different names or disguises, have undermined the belief in liberty throughout the world. We must understand the common elements underlying all their manifestations, and we must remember that the tradition of liberty is not the exclusive creation of any single country. No nation has sole possession of the secret even today. The aim, therefore, is not to provide a detailed program of policy, but rather to state the criteria by which particular measures must be judged if they are to fit into a regime of freedom. Quote, "Our freedom is threatened in many fields because of the fact that we are much too ready to leave the decision to the expert or to accept too uncritically his opinion about a problem of which he knows intimately only one little aspect. What he may claim is that his professional occupation with the prevailing conflicts of aims has made him more aware than others of the fact that no human mind can comprehend all the knowledge which guides the actions of society and of the consequent need for an impersonal mechanism, not dependent on individual human judgments, which will coordinate the individual efforts. Of its three parts, the first endeavors to show why we want liberty and what it does, involving some examination of the factors which determine the growth of all civilizations, a discussion that must be mainly theoretical and philosophical. It is followed by an examination of the institutions that Western man has developed to secure individual liberty, entering the field of jurisprudence and approaching its problems historically. In the third part, those principles will be tested by the application of them to some of today's critical economic and social issues, illustrating how often the pursuit of the same goals by different methods may either enhance or destroy liberty. The topics selected are those in which a false choice among the possibilities before us is most likely to endanger freedom, and their discussion serves mainly as an illustration of the chief aim of this book, the interweaving of the philosophy, jurisprudence, and economics of freedom, which is still needed. Quote, "This book is meant to help understanding, not to fire enthusiasm. Though in writing about liberty the temptation to appeal to emotion is often irresistible, I have endeavored to conduct the discussion in as sober a spirit as possible. Though the sentiments which are expressed in such terms as the dignity of man and the beauty of liberty are noble and praiseworthy, they can have no place in an attempt at rational persuasion. Liberty in practice depends on very prosaic matters, and those anxious to preserve it must prove their devotion by their attention to the mundane concerns of public life and by the efforts they are prepared to give to the understanding of issues that the idealist is often inclined to treat as common, if not sordid. The intellectual leaders in the movement for liberty have all too often confined their attention to those uses of liberty closest to their hearts, and have made little effort to comprehend the significance of those restrictions of liberty which did not directly affect them. The meaning of some of the indispensable words has become so vague that it is essential that we should at the outset agree on the sense in which we shall use them. The words freedom and liberty have been the worst sufferers, abused, and their meaning distorted until it could be said that the word liberty means nothing until it is given specific content, and with a little massage it will take any content you like. We shall therefore have to begin by explaining what this liberty is that we are concerned with, postponing the analysis of such other almost equally vague terms as coercion, arbitrariness, and law to the beginning of Part 2, so that the arid effort at clarification of words should not present too great an obstacle before we reach the more substantial issues. Quote, whether the moment has arrived when this tradition can be revived will depend not only on our success in improving it, but also on the temper of our generation. It was rejected at a time when men would recognize no limits to their ambition, because it is a modest and even humble creed based on a low opinion of men's wisdom and capacities, and aware that within the range for which we can plan, even the best society will not satisfy all our desires. For this attempt at restating a philosophy of men's living together, which has slowly developed through more than 2,000 years, we draw encouragement from the fact that it has often emerged from adversity with renewed strength. During the last few generations, it has gone through one of its periods of decline. If to some, especially those in Europe, this book should appear to be a kind of inquest into the rationale of a system that no longer exists, the answer is that if our civilization is not to decline, that system must be revived. Its underlying philosophy became stationary when it was most influential, as it had often progressed when on the defensive. It has certainly made little progress during the last 100 years and is now on the defensive. Yet the very attacks on it have shown us where it is vulnerable in its traditional form. One need not be wiser than the great thinkers of the past to be in a better position to comprehend the essential conditions of individual liberty. The experience of the last 100 years has taught us much that a Madison or a Mill, a Tocqueville or a Humboldt could not perceive. With more limited objectives, more patience, and more humility, we may in fact advance further and faster than we have done while under the guidance of a proud and most presumptuous confidence in the transcendent wisdom of this age and its discernment. Part 1. The Value of Freedom. Liberty and Liberties, ch. 1. We are concerned in this book with that condition of men in which coercion of some by others is reduced as much as is possible in society. This state we shall describe throughout as a state of liberty or freedom. It would not be very profitable to start by asking what these words really mean, for they have been used to describe many other good things of life. It seems better, therefore, to state first the condition which we shall mean when we use them, and then to consider the other meanings of the words only in order to define more sharply that which we have adopted. The state in which a man is not subject to coercion by the arbitrary will of another or others is often also distinguished as individual or personal freedom. The task of a policy of freedom must be to minimize coercion or its harmful effects, even if it cannot eliminate it completely, since perfect freedom in society is an ideal we may approach but can hardly expect to realize. The oldest meaning of freedom, the one we adopt as our own, corresponds to the distinction the ancients drew between the free man and the slave. The free man might have differed widely from other free men in the degree of his independence, but only in a degree of an independence which the slave did not possess at all. Freedom meant always the possibility of a person's acting according to his own decisions and plans, in contrast to the position of one who was irrevocably subject to the will of another, who by arbitrary decision could coerce him to act or not to act in specific ways. The time-honored phrase by which this freedom has often been described is therefore independence of the arbitrary will of another. When we look at the actual decrees for the freeing of slaves in the cities of ancient Greece, we see the essentials of what the attainment of freedom conferred: legal status as a protected member of the community, immunity from arbitrary arrest, the right to work at whatever he desires to do, and the right to movement according to his own choice. This list contains most of what in the 18th and 19th centuries were regarded as the essential conditions of freedom, and it says nothing about the new freedoms that have lately been offered as substitutes. Yet the concept of individual liberty has been persistently confused with at least two other meanings of the word, each of which threatens to undermine the original and crucial distinction. The first is the confusion of liberty with political liberty, the collective liberty of a people to determine its own fate and choose its own government. Though the advocates of individual freedom have generally sympathized with such aspirations for national freedom, the concept of national freedom, while analogous to that of individual freedom, is not the same, and the striving for the first has not always enhanced the second. It has sometimes led people to prefer a despot of their own race to the liberal government of an alien majority, and it has often provided the pretext for ruthless restrictions of the individual liberty of the members of minorities. To choose one's government is not necessarily to secure freedom, and the fact that we have seen millions voting themselves into complete dependence on a tyrant has made our generation understand this truth with painful clarity. The second, and more dangerous, confusion is the identification of freedom with power, the physical ability to do what I want, the power to satisfy our wishes, or the extent of the choice of alternatives open to us. This metaphorical use of the word was once relatively harmless, but once it was deliberately fostered as part of the socialist argument, it became truly dangerous. Once this identification of freedom with power is admitted, there is no limit to the sophisms by which the attractions of the word liberty can be used to support measures which destroy individual liberty. No end to the tricks by which people can be exhorted in the name of liberty to give up their liberty. It has been with the help of this equivocation that the notion of collective power over circumstances has been substituted for that of individual liberty, and that in totalitarian states liberty has been suppressed in the name of liberty. The reinterpretation of liberty as effective power to do whatever we want is particularly ominous because it has penetrated deeply into the usage of some of the countries where, in fact, individual freedom is still largely preserved. In the United States, intellectual leaders of the progressives have spread an ideology in which liberty is power, effective power to do specific things, and the demand for liberty is the demand for power, while the absence of coercion is merely the negative side of freedom, and is to be prized only as a means to a freedom which is power. But while the uses of liberty are many, liberty is one. Liberties appear only when liberty is lacking. They're the special privileges and exemptions that groups and individuals may acquire while the rest are more or less unfree. Historically, the path to liberty has led through the achievement of particular liberties. But that one should be allowed to do specific things is not liberty, though it may be called a liberty. And while liberty is compatible with not being allowed to do specific things, it does not exist if one needs permission for most of what one can do. The difference between liberty and liberties is that which exists between a condition in which all is permitted that is not prohibited by general rules, and one in which all is prohibited that is not explicitly permitted. This negative character of freedom in no way diminishes its value. Freedom describes the absence of a particular obstacle, coercion by other men. It becomes positive only through what we make of it. It does not assure us of any particular opportunities, but leaves it to us to decide what use we shall make of the circumstances in which we find ourselves. The concept of liberty, moreover, must not be confused with inner or metaphysical freedom. The extent to which a person is guided in his actions by his own considered will, by his reason or lasting conviction, rather than by momentary impulse or circumstance. Whether or not a person is able to choose intelligently between alternatives or to adhere to a resolution he has made is a problem distinct from whether or not other people will impose their will upon him. The same conditions which to some constitute coercion will be to others merely ordinary difficulties which have to be overcome, depending on the strength of will of the people involved. Few beliefs have done more to discredit the ideal of freedom than the erroneous one that scientific determinism has destroyed the basis for individual responsibility. Our definition of liberty depends upon the meaning of the concept of coercion. By coercion, we mean such control of the environment or circumstances of a person by another that, in order to avoid greater evil, he is forced to act not according to a coherent plan of his own, but to serve the ends of another. Coercion is evil precisely because it thus eliminates an individual as a thinking and valuing person and makes him a bare tool in the achievement of the ends of another. Free society has met this problem by conferring the monopoly of coercion on the state and by attempting to limit this power of the state to instances where it is required to prevent coercion by private persons. The coercion which a government must still use for this end is reduced to a minimum and made as innocuous as possible by restraining it through known general rules, so that in most instances the individual need never be coerced unless he has placed himself in a position where he knows he will be coerced. Quote, "The world has never had a good definition of the word liberty, and the American people, just now, are much in want of one. We all declare for liberty, but in using the same word, we do not mean the same thing. Here are two, not only different, but incompatible things called by the same name, liberty." Quote, "Once this identification of freedom with power is admitted, there is no limit to the sophisms by which the attractions of the word liberty can be used to support measures which destroy individual liberty, no end to the tricks by which people can be exhorted in the name of liberty to give up their liberty. The creative powers of a free civilization, ch. 2. The Socratic maxim that the recognition of our ignorance is the beginning of wisdom has profound significance for our understanding of society. The first requisite for this is that we become aware of men's necessary ignorance of much that helps him to achieve his aims. Most of the advantages of social life, especially in its more advanced forms which we call civilization, rest on the fact that the individual benefits from more knowledge than he is aware of. It might be said that civilization begins when the individual in the pursuit of his ends can make use of more knowledge than he has himself acquired, and when he can transcend the boundaries of his ignorance by profiting from knowledge he does not himself possess. This fundamental fact of man's unavoidable ignorance of much on which the working of civilization rests has received little attention. Philosophers and students of society have generally glossed it over and treated this ignorance as a minor imperfection which could be more or less disregarded. But discussions of moral or social problems based on the assumption of perfect knowledge may occasionally be useful as a preliminary exercise in logic, while they are of little use in an attempt to explain the real world. The misleading effect of the usual approach stands out clearly if we examine the significance of the assertion that man has created his civilization and that he, therefore, can also change its institutions as he pleases. This assertion would be justified only if man had deliberately created civilization in full understanding of what he was doing, or if he at least clearly knew how it was being maintained. In a sense, it is true, of course, that man has made his civilization. It is the product of his actions, or, rather, of the action of a few hundred generations. This does not mean, however, that civilization is the product of human design, or even that man knows what its functioning or continued existence depend upon. The whole conception of man already endowed with a mind capable of conceiving civilization, setting out to create it, is fundamentally false. Man did not simply impose upon the world a pattern created by his mind. His mind is itself a system that constantly changes as a result of his endeavor to adapt himself to his surroundings. It would be an error to believe that, to achieve a higher civilization, we have merely to put into effect the ideas now guiding us. If we are to advance, we must leave room for a continuous revision of our present conceptions and ideals, which will be necessitated by further experience. The knowledge which any individual mind consciously manipulates is only a small part of the knowledge which at any one time contributes to the success of his action. When we reflect how much knowledge possessed by other people is an essential condition for the successful pursuit of our individual aims, the magnitude of our ignorance of the circumstances on which the results of our action depend appears simply staggering. Knowledge exists only as the knowledge of individuals. It is not much better than a metaphor to speak of the knowledge of society as a whole. The sum of the knowledge of all the individuals exists nowhere as an integrated whole. The great problem is how we can all profit from this knowledge, which exists only dispersed as the separate, partial, and sometimes conflicting beliefs of all men. It is largely because civilization enables us constantly to profit from knowledge which we individually do not possess, and because each individual's use of his particular knowledge may serve to assist others unknown to him in achieving their ends, that men, as members of civilized society, can pursue their individual ends so much more successfully than they could alone. It is through the mutually adjusted efforts of many people that more knowledge is utilized than any one individual possesses or than it is possible to synthesize intellectually. And it is through such utilization of dispersed knowledge that achievements are made possible greater than any single mind can foresee. It is because freedom means the renunciation of direct control of individual efforts that a free society can make use of so much more knowledge than the mind of the wisest ruler could comprehend. From this foundation of the argument for liberty, it follows that we shall not achieve its ends if we confine liberty to the particular instances where we know it will do good. Freedom granted only when it is known beforehand that its effects will be beneficial is not freedom. If we knew how freedom would be used, the case for it would largely disappear. We shall never get the benefits of freedom, never obtain those unforeseeable new developments for which it provides the opportunity, if it is not also granted where the uses made of it by some do not seem desirable. It is therefore no argument against individual freedom that it is frequently abused. Freedom necessarily means that many things will be done which we do not like. Our faith in freedom does not rest on the foreseeable results in particular circumstances, but on the belief that it will, on balance, release more forces for the good than for the bad. Humiliating to human pride as it may be, we must recognize that the advance and even the preservation of civilization are dependent upon a maximum of opportunity for accidents to happen. These accidents occur in the combination of knowledge and attitudes, skills and habits, acquired by individual men, and also when qualified men are confronted with the particular circumstances which they are equipped to deal with. Our necessary ignorance of so much means that we have to deal largely with probabilities and chances. It might even be said that the less likely the opportunity to make use of freedom to do a particular thing, the more precious it will be for society as a whole. The less likely the opportunity, the more serious will it be to miss it when it arises, for the experience that it offers will be nearly unique. It is because we do not know how individuals will use their freedom that it is so important. If it were otherwise, the results of freedom could also be achieved by the majorities deciding what should be done by the individuals. But majority action is, of necessity, confined to the already tried and ascertained, to issues on which agreement has already been reached in that process of discussion that must be preceded by different experiences and actions on the part of different individuals. The benefits I derive from freedom are thus largely the result of the uses of freedom by others, and mostly of those uses of freedom that I could never avail myself of. It is therefore not necessarily freedom that I can exercise myself that is most important for me. It is certainly more important that anything can be tried by somebody than that all can do the same things. What is important is not what freedom I personally would like to exercise, but what freedom some person may need in order to do things beneficial to society. This freedom we can assure to the unknown person only by giving it to all. The argument for the freedom of some therefore applies to the freedom of all. But it is still better for all that some should be free than none, and also that many enjoy full freedom than that all have a restricted freedom. The significant point is that the importance of freedom to do a particular thing has nothing to do with the number of people who want to do it. It might almost be in inverse proportion. The argument for liberty is not an argument against organization, which is one of the most powerful means that human reason can employ, but an argument against all exclusive, privileged, monopolistic organization, against the use of coercion to prevent others from trying to do better. Every organization is based on given knowledge. Organization means commitment to a particular aim and to particular methods. But even organization designed to increase knowledge will be effective only insofar as the knowledge and beliefs on which its design rests are true. Organization is therefore likely to be beneficial and effective so long as it is voluntary and is embedded in a free sphere and will either have to adjust itself to circumstances not taken into account in its conception or fail. To turn the whole of society into a single organization built and directed according to a single plan would be to extinguish the very forces that shaped the individual human minds that planned it. The rationalist who desires to subject everything to human reason is thus faced with a real dilemma. The use of reason aims at control and predictability. But the process of the advance of reason rests on freedom and the unpredictability of human action. Those who extol the powers of human reason usually see only one side of that interaction of human thought and conduct in which reason is at the same time used and shaped. They do not see that, for advance to take place, the social process from which the growth of reason emerges must remain free from its control. There can be little doubt that man owes some of his greatest successes in the past to the fact that he has not been able to control social life. His continued advance may well depend on his deliberately refraining from exercising controls which are now in his power. We are not far from the point where the deliberately organized forces of society may destroy those spontaneous forces which have made advance possible. Quote, "It is largely because civilization enables us constantly to profit from knowledge which we individually do not possess, and because each individual's use of his particular knowledge may serve to assist others unknown to him in achieving their ends, that men, as members of civilized society, can pursue their individual ends so much more successfully than they could alone." Quote, "Humiliating to human pride as it may be, we must recognize that the advance and even the preservation of civilization are dependent upon a maximum of opportunity for accidents to happen. The common sense of progress, ch. 3. Writers nowadays who value their reputation among the more sophisticated hardly dare to mention progress without including the word in quotation marks. The implicit confidence in the beneficence of progress that during the last 2 centuries marked the advanced thinker has come to be regarded as the sign of a shallow mind. Though the great mass of the people in most parts of the world still rest their hopes on continued progress, it is common among intellectuals to question whether there is such a thing, or at least whether progress is desirable. Up to a point, this reaction against the exuberant and naive belief in the inevitability of progress was necessary. There never was much justification for the assertion that civilization has moved, is moving, and will move in a desirable direction. Nor was there any ground for regarding all change as necessary, or progress as certain and always beneficial. But if the fashionable disillusionment about progress is not difficult to explain, it is not without danger. In one sense, civilization is progress, and progress is civilization. The preservation of the kind of civilization that we know depends on the operation of forces which, under favorable conditions, produce progress. If it is true that evolution does not always lead to better things, it is also true that, without the forces which produce it, civilization and all we value, indeed, almost all that distinguishes man from beast, would neither exist nor could long be maintained. The history of civilization is the account of a progress which, in a short space of less than 8,000 years, has created nearly all that we regard as characteristic of human life. After abandoning hunting life, most of our direct ancestors, at the beginning of Neolithic culture, took to agriculture and soon to urban life, perhaps less than 3,000 years or 100 generations ago. It is not surprising that in some respects man's biological equipment has not kept pace with that rapid change, that the adaptation of his non-rational part has lagged somewhat, and that many of his instincts and emotions are still more adapted to the life of a hunter than to life in civilization. If many features of our civilization seem to us unnatural, artificial, or unhealthy, this must have been man's experience ever since he first took to town life, which is virtually since civilization began. All the familiar complaints against industrialism, capitalism, or over-refinement are largely protests against a new way of life that man took up a short while ago after more than 500,000 years' existence as a wandering hunter, and that created problems still unsolved by him. When we speak of progress in connection with our individual endeavors, the term usually means an advance in the achievement of our particular aims. But progress in the wider sense in which we're here concerned is something different. It is the growth of knowledge, the increase in the total of what we know, and the spread of that knowledge from individual to individual. It is largely because the results of progress are thus unpredictable that we welcome it. If progress were predictable, we would not need to proceed by trial and error. And if it were both certain and beneficial, there would be little occasion for liberty. The argument for liberty is based on the recognition that we do not know many things which would help us in our endeavors, and that the only way to discover them is to leave individuals free to try. The case for liberty rests chiefly on the recognition of the inevitable ignorance of all of us concerning a great many of the factors on which the achievement of our ends and welfare depends. The rapid economic advance that we have come to expect seems in a large measure to be the result of inequality and to be impossible without it. Progress at such a fast rate cannot proceed on a uniform front, but must take place in echelon fashion, with some far ahead of the rest. The rise of our standard of life is due at least as much to an increase in knowledge, which enables us not merely to consume more of the same things, but to use different things, and often things we did not even know before. At any stage of this process, there will always be many things we already know how to produce, but which are still too expensive to provide for more than a few. At first, a new good is commonly the caprice of a chosen few before it becomes a public need and forms part of the necessities of life. For the luxuries of today are the necessities of tomorrow. Furthermore, the new things will often become available to the greater part of the people only because for some time they have been the luxuries of the few. If we, in the wealthier countries, today can provide facilities and conveniences for most which not long ago would have been physically impossible to produce in such quantities, this is in large measure the direct consequence of the fact that they were first made for a few. The important point is not merely that we gradually learn to make cheaply on a large scale what we already know how to make expensively in small quantities, but that only from an advanced position does the next range of desires and possibilities become visible, so that the selection of new goals and the effort toward their achievement will begin long before the majority can strive for them. If what they will want after their present goals are realized is soon to be made available, it is necessary that the developments that will bear fruit for the masses in 20 or 50 years' time should be guided by the views of people who are already in the position of enjoying them. The path of advance is greatly eased by the fact that it has been trodden before. It is because scouts have found the goal that the road can be built for the less lucky or less energetic. The range of what will be tried and later developed, the fund of experience that will become available to all, is greatly extended by the unequal distribution of present benefits, and the rate of advance will be greatly increased if the first steps are taken long before the majority can profit from them. Many of the improvements would indeed never become a possibility for all if they had not long before been available to some. If all had to wait for better things until they could be provided for all, that day would in many instances never come. Even the poorest today owe their relative material well-being to the results of past inequality. The contention that in any phase of progress the rich, by experimenting with new styles of living not yet accessible to the poor, perform a necessary service without which the advance of the poor would be very much slower will appear to some as a piece of far-fetched and cynical apologetic. Yet a little reflection will show that it is fully valid, and that a socialist society would in this respect have to imitate a free society. It would be necessary in a planned economy to designate individuals whose duty it would be to try out the latest advances long before they were made available to the rest. There is no way of making generally accessible new and still expensive ways of living except by their being initially practiced by some. In order to know which of the various new possibilities should be developed at each stage, how and when particular improvements ought to be fitted into the general advance, a planned society would have to provide for a whole class, or even a hierarchy of classes, which would always move some steps ahead of the rest. The situation would then differ from that in a free society merely in the fact that the inequalities would be the result of design, and that the selection of particular individuals or groups would be done by authority rather than by the impersonal process of the market and the accidents of birth and opportunity. If on an international scale, even major inequalities may be of great assistance to the progress of all, can there be much doubt that the same is also true of such inequalities within a nation? Here, too, the overall speed of advance will be increased by those who move fastest. Even if many fall behind at first, the cumulative effect of the preparation of the path will, before long, sufficiently facilitate their advance that they will be able to keep their place in the march. The fact that some parts of the world are behind others in the rate of their advance does not mean that they are worse off than they would have been if the others had not moved so far ahead. The prospect of the poorer countries reaching the present level of the West is very much better than it would have been had the West not pulled so far ahead. The free gift of a knowledge that has cost those in the lead much to achieve enables those who follow to reach the same level at a much smaller cost. The individual does not have it in his power to choose to take part in progress or not, and always it not only brings new opportunities, but deprives many of much they want, much that is dear and important to them. If the majority were asked their opinion of all the changes involved in progress, they would probably want to prevent many of its necessary conditions and consequences, and thus ultimately stop progress itself. And I have yet to learn of an instance when the deliberate vote of the majority has decided on such sacrifices in the interest of a better future as is made by a free market society. This does not mean, however, that the achievement of most things men actually want does not depend on the continuance of that progress, which, if they could, they would probably stop by preventing the effects which do not meet with their immediate approval. The consequences of past progress, namely, worldwide extension of rapid and easy communication of knowledge and ambitions, have largely deprived us of the choice as to whether or not we want continued rapid progress. The new fact in our present position that forces us to push on is that the accomplishments of our civilization have become the object of desire and envy of all the rest of the world. Regardless of whether from some higher point of view our civilization is really better or not, we must recognize that its material results are demanded by practically all who have come to know them. The aspirations of the great mass of the world's population can today be satisfied only by rapid material progress. There can be little doubt that in their present mood, a serious disappointment of their expectations would lead to grave international friction. Indeed, it would probably lead to war. The peace of the world and, with it, civilization itself, thus depend on continued progress at a fast rate. At this juncture, we are therefore not only the creatures but the captives of progress. Even if we wish to, we cannot sit back and enjoy at leisure what we have achieved. Progress, Hayek, since the growth of the total of what we know and the spread of that knowledge from individual to individual, driven by the utilization of dispersed knowledge that no single mind could synthesize. Echelon advance. The pattern in which progress necessarily proceeds with some far ahead of the rest, since new knowledge and its benefits can only spread gradually, and the ambitions of the many will always be determined by what is as yet accessible only to the few. Quote, "It is in the progressive state, while the society is advancing to the further acquisition, rather than when it has acquired its full complement of riches, that the condition of the laboring poor of the great body of people seems to be happiest and the most comfortable. It is hard in the stationary and miserable in the declining state. The progressive state is in reality the cheerful and hearty state to all the different orders of the society. The stationary is dull, the declining melancholy. Quote, At first, a new good is commonly the caprice of a chosen few before it becomes a public need and forms part of the necessities of life. For the luxuries of today are the necessities of tomorrow. Freedom, reason, and tradition, ch. 4. Though freedom is not a state of nature, but an artifact of civilization, it did not arise from design. The institutions of freedom, like everything freedom has created, were not established because people foresaw the benefits they would bring. But, once its advantages were recognized, men began to perfect and extend the reign of freedom and, for that purpose, to inquire how a free society worked. This development of a theory of liberty took place mainly in the 18th century. It began in two countries, England and France. The first of these knew liberty, the second did not. As a result, we have had to the present day two different traditions in the theory of liberty, one empirical and unsystematic, the other speculative and rationalistic, the first based on an interpretation of traditions and institutions which had spontaneously grown up and were, but imperfectly understood, the second aiming at the construction of a utopia, which has often been tried, but never successfully. Nevertheless, it has been the rationalist, plausible, and apparently logical argument of the French tradition, with its flattering assumptions about the unlimited powers of human reason, that has progressively gained influence, while the less articulate and less explicit tradition of English freedom has been on the decline. The English tradition grew against the background of a comprehension, first achieved by the lawyers, of how institutions had developed. Chief Justice Hale in the 17th century wrote in a critique of Hobbes that there are many things, especially in laws and governments, that mediately, remotely, and consequentially are reasonable to be approved, though the reason of the party does not presently or immediately and distinctly see its reasonableness. Long experience makes more discoveries touching conveniences or inconveniences of laws than is possible for the wisest counsel of men at first to foresee, and that those amendments and supplements that through the various experiences of wise and knowing men have been applied to any law must needs be better suited to the convenience of laws than the best invention of the most pregnant wits not aided by such a series and tract of experience. From these conceptions gradually grew a body of social theory that showed how, in the relations among men, complex and orderly, and in a very definite sense, purposive institutions might grow up which owed little to design, which are not invented, but arose from the separate actions of many men who did not know what they were doing. This demonstration that something greater than man's individual mind may grow from men's fumbling efforts represented in some ways an even greater challenge to all design theories than even the later theory of biological evolution. For the first time, it was shown that an evident order, which was not the product of a designing human intelligence, need not therefore be ascribed to the design of a higher, supernatural intelligence, but that there was a third possibility, the emergence of order as the result of adaptive evolution. The French tradition, by contrast, derived its conception of liberty not from a spontaneous growth, but from a deliberate construction. Descartes, the father of modern rationalism, saw Sparta as the model of a well-ordered state, for her greatness was due not the preeminence of each of its laws in particular, but to the circumstance that originated by a single individual, they all tended to a single end. And it was Sparta which became the ideal of liberty for Rousseau, as well as for Robespierre and Saint-Just, and for most of the later advocates of social or totalitarian democracy. The rationalist tradition holds that everything serving a useful purpose must have been deliberately designed for that purpose, and that we can achieve desirable social arrangements only through conscious construction. It is opposed to almost all that is the distinct product of liberty, and that gives liberty its value. Those who believe that all useful institutions are deliberate contrivances and who cannot conceive of anything serving a human purpose that has not been consciously designed are almost of necessity enemies of freedom. For them, freedom means chaos. To the empiricist evolutionary tradition, on the other hand, the value of freedom consists mainly in the opportunity it provides for the growth of the undesigned, and the beneficial functioning of a free society rests largely on the existence of such freely grown institutions. There probably never has existed a genuine belief in freedom, and there has certainly been no successful attempt to operate a free society without a genuine reverence for grown institutions, for customs and habits, and all those securities of liberty which arise from regulation of long prescription and ancient ways. Paradoxical as it may appear, it is probably true that a successful free society will always in a large measure be a tradition-bound society. This esteem for tradition and custom, of grown institutions, and of rules whose origins and rationale we do not know does not mean that we ascribe to the men of the preceding age a wisdom more than human, and suppose what they did to be beyond amendment. Far from assuming that those who created the institutions were wiser than we are, the evolutionary view is based on the insight that the result of the experimentation of many generations may embody more experience than any one man possesses. We understand one another and get along with one another, are able to act successfully on our plans because, most of the time, members of our civilization conform to unconscious patterns of conduct, show a regularity in their actions that is not the result of commands or coercion often not even of any conscious adherence to known rules, but of firmly established habits and traditions. The general observance of these conventions is a necessary condition of the orderliness of the world in which we live, of our being able to find our way in it, though we do not know their significance and may not even be consciously aware of their existence. It is indeed a truth which all the great apostles of freedom outside the rationalistic school have never tired of emphasizing, that freedom has never worked without deeply ingrained moral beliefs, and that coercion can be reduced to a minimum only where individuals can be expected as a rule to conform voluntarily to certain principles. It is this submission to undesigned rules and conventions whose significance and importance we largely do not understand, this reverence for the traditional, that the rationalistic type of mind finds so uncongenial, though is indispensable for the working of a free society. It has its foundation in the insight which David Hume stressed, and which is of decisive importance for the anti-rationalist, evolutionary tradition, namely, that the rules of morality are not the conclusions of our reason. Like all other values, our morals are not a product but a presupposition of reason, part of the ends which the instrument of our intellect has been developed to serve. At any one stage of our evolution, the system of values into which we are born supplies the ends which our reason must serve. This givenness of the value framework implies that, although we must always strive to improve our institutions, we can never aim to remake them as a whole, and that, in our efforts to improve them, we must take for granted much that we do not understand. We must always work inside a framework of both values and institutions which is not of our own making. The rationalistic attitude to these problems is best seen in its views on what it calls superstition. We must remember that the extension of the concept of superstition to all beliefs which are not demonstrably true lacks the same justification and may often be harmful. That we ought not to believe anything which has been shown to be false does not mean that we ought to believe only what has been demonstrated to be true. There are good reasons why any person who wants to live and act successfully in society must accept many common beliefs, though the value of these reasons may have little to do with their demonstrable truth. Such beliefs will also be based on some past experience, but not on experience for which anyone can produce the evidence. We would destroy the foundations of much successful action if we disdain to rely on ways of doing things evolved by the process of trial and error, simply because the reason for their adoption has not been handed down to us. The appropriateness of our conduct is not necessarily dependent on our knowing why it is so. Such understanding is one way of making our conduct appropriate, but not the only one. A sterilized world of beliefs, purged of all elements whose value could not be positively demonstrated, would probably be not less lethal than would an equivalent state in the biological sphere. Among the few principles of this kind that we have developed is individual freedom, which it is most appropriate to regard as a moral principle of political action. Like all moral principles, it demands that it be accepted as a value in itself, as a principle that must be respected without our asking whether the consequences in the particular instance will be beneficial. We shall not achieve the results we want if we do not accept it as a creed or presumption so strong that no considerations of expediency can be allowed to limit it. The argument for liberty, in the last resort, is indeed an argument for principles and against expediency in collective action. Where no such fundamental rule is stubbornly adhered to as an ultimate ideal about which there must be no compromise for the sake of material advantages, freedom is almost certain to be destroyed by piecemeal encroachments. For in each particular instance, it will be possible to promise concrete and tangible advantages as the result of a curtailment of freedom, while the benefits sacrificed will in their nature always be unknown and uncertain. What is advocated here is not an abdication of reason, but a rational examination of the field where reason is appropriately put in control. Part of this argument is that such an intelligent use of reason does not mean the use of deliberate reason in the maximum possible number of occasions. In opposition to the naive rationalism, which treats our present reason as an absolute, We must continue the efforts which David Hume commenced when he turned against the Enlightenment its own weapons and undertook to whittle down the claims of reason by the use of rational analysis. The first condition for such an intelligent use of reason in the ordering of human affairs is that we learn to understand what role it does in fact play and can play in the working of any society based on the cooperation of many separate minds. What we must learn to understand is that human civilization has a life of its own, that all our efforts to improve things must operate within a working whole which we cannot entirely control, and the operation of whose forces we can hope merely to facilitate and assist so far as we understand them. Our attitude ought to be similar to that of the physician toward a living organism. Like him, we have to deal with a self-maintaining whole, which is kept going by forces which we cannot replace, and which we must therefore use in all we try to achieve. What can be done to improve, it must be done by working with these forces rather than against them. In all our endeavor at improvement, we must always work inside this given whole. Aim at piecemeal, rather than total, construction, and use at each stage the historical material at hand, and improve details step by step, rather than attempt to redesign the whole. None of these conclusions are arguments against the use of reason, but only arguments against such uses as require any exclusive and coercive powers of government. Not arguments against experimentation, but arguments against all exclusive, monopolistic power to experiment in a particular field, power which brooks no alternative and which lays a claim to the possession of superior wisdom, and against the consequent preclusion of solutions better than the ones to which those in power have committed themselves. Spontaneous order, complex and orderly institutions which grow up without design, arising from the separate actions of many men who did not know what they were doing, a third possibility beyond both human and supernatural design. Rationalism, Hayek's since the speculative tradition that holds all useful institutions to be deliberate contrivances and seeks to construct social arrangements from conscious reason alone, as opposed to the empirical tradition of respecting grown institutions. Tradition-bound society, a society in which freedom depends on deeply ingrained moral beliefs and voluntary conformity to rules whose significance members largely do not understand. A precondition, not an obstacle, to liberty. Quote, freedom has never worked without deeply ingrained moral beliefs, and that coercion can be reduced to a minimum only where individuals can be expected as a rule to conform voluntarily to certain principles. Quote, the rules of morality are not the conclusions of our reason. Quote, what is advocated here is not an abdication of reason, but a rational examination of the field where reason is appropriately put in control. Responsibility and freedom, ch. 5. Liberty not only means that the individual has both the opportunity and the burden of choice. It also means that he must bear the consequences of his actions and will receive praise or blame for them. Liberty and responsibility are inseparable. A free society will not function or maintain itself unless its members regard it as right that each individual occupy the position that results from his action and accept it as due to his own action. Though it can offer to the individual only chances, and though the outcome of his efforts will depend on innumerable accidents, it forcefully directs his attention to those circumstances that he can control as if they were the only ones that mattered. This belief in individual responsibility, which has always been strong when people firmly believed in individual freedom, has markedly declined, together with the esteem for freedom. Responsibility has become an unpopular concept, a word that experienced speakers or writers avoid because of the obvious boredom or animosity with which it is received by a generation that dislikes all moralizing. It often evokes the outright hostility of men who have been taught that it is nothing but circumstances over which they have no control that has determined their position in life or even their actions. This denial of responsibility is, however, commonly due to a fear of responsibility, a fear that necessarily becomes also a fear of freedom. Liberty means responsibility. That is why most men dread it. The concurrent decline in esteem for individual liberty and individual responsibility is in a great measure the result of an erroneous interpretation of the lessons of science. The older views were closely connected with a belief in the freedom of the will, a conception that never did have a precise meaning, but later seemed to have been deprived of foundation by modern science. The increasing belief that all natural phenomena are uniquely determined by antecedent events led to the conclusion that man's actions and the working of his mind must also be regarded as necessarily determined by external circumstances. But the difficulties that people have had concerning the meaning of voluntary action and responsibility do not at all spring from any necessary consequence of the belief that human action is causally determined, but are the result of an intellectual muddle, of drawing conclusions which do not follow from the premises. It appears that the assertion that the will is free has as little meaning as its denial, and that the whole issue is a phantom problem. What matters is not whether in the circumstances of a particular action a person could have acted differently, but whether the assignment of responsibility will make his future actions different from what they would otherwise be. We assign responsibility to a man, not in order to say that as he was he might have acted differently, but in order to make him different. If we say that a person is responsible for what he does, this is not a statement of fact or an assertion about causation. The aim of assigning responsibility is to make him different from what he is or might be. The only questions that can be legitimately raised are whether the person upon whom we place responsibility is the kind of person who is accessible to normal motives, whether he is what we call a responsible person, and whether in the given circumstances such a person can be expected to be influenced by the considerations and beliefs we want to impress upon him. The justification for assigning responsibility is thus the presumed effect of this practice on future action. It aims at teaching people what they ought to consider in comparable future situations. Though we leave people to decide for themselves because they are, as a rule, in the best position to know the circumstances surrounding their action, we are also concerned that conditions should permit them to use their knowledge to the best effect. If we allow men freedom because we presume them to be reasonable beings, we also must make it worthwhile for them to act as reasonable beings by letting them bear the consequences of their decisions. The complementarity of liberty and responsibility means that the argument for liberty can apply only to those who can be held responsible. It cannot apply to infants, idiots, or the insane. It presupposes that a person is capable of learning from experience and of guiding his actions by knowledge thus acquired. There is much confusion of the ideal that a person ought to be allowed to pursue his own aims with the belief that, if left free, he will or ought to pursue solely his selfish aims. The freedom to pursue one's own aims is, however, as important for the most altruistic person, in whose scale of values the needs of other people occupy a very high place, as for any egotist. It is part of the ordinary nature of men and one of the main conditions of their happiness that they make the welfare of other people their chief aim. To do so is part of the normal choice open to us and often the decision generally expected of us. General altruism, however, is a meaningless conception. Nobody can effectively care for other people as such. The responsibilities we can assume must always be particular, can concern only those about whom we know concrete facts, and to whom either choice or special conditions have attached us. It is one of the fundamental rights and duties of a free man to decide what and whose needs appear to him most important. In a free society, we are remunerated not for our skill, but for using it rightly. And this must be so as long as we are free to choose our particular occupation and are not to be directed to it. It is important to realize that we are not educating people for a free society if we train technicians who expect to be used, who are incapable of finding their proper niche themselves, and who regard it as somebody else's responsibility to ensure the appropriate use of their ability or skill. However able a man may be in a particular field, the value of his services is necessarily low in a free society unless he also possesses the capacity of making his ability known to those who can derive the greatest benefit from it. Though it may offend our sense of justice to find that of two men who by equal effort have acquired the same specialized skill and knowledge, one may be a success and the other a failure, we must recognize that in a free society, it is the use of particular opportunities that determines usefulness and must adjust our education and ethos accordingly. Responsibility, to be effective, must be individual responsibility. In a free society, there cannot be any collective responsibility of members of a group as such, unless they have, by concerted action, all made themselves individually and severally responsible. A joint or divided responsibility may create for the individual the necessity of agreeing with others and thereby limit the powers of each. If the same concerns are made the responsibility of many without at the same time imposing a duty of joint and agreed action, the result is usually that nobody really accepts responsibility. As everybody's property in effect is nobody's property, so everybody's responsibility is nobody's responsibility. The sense of responsibility has been weakened in modern times as much by overextending the range of an individual's responsibilities as by exculpating him from the actual consequences of his actions. It is quite as destructive of any sense of responsibility to be taught that one is responsible for everything as to be taught that one cannot be held responsible for anything. Freedom demands that the responsibility of the individual extend only to what he can be presumed to judge, that his actions take into account effects which are within his range of foresight, and particularly that he be responsible only for his own actions, not for those of others who are equally free. Responsibility as convention. The assignment of responsibility is not a statement about causation or free will, but a social device intended to make people observe certain rules and to influence their future conduct in a desirable direction. Individual responsibility. In a free society, responsibility must be definite, limited, and personal, attenuated by overextension just as effectively as by exoneration. Quote, "Liberty means responsibility. That is why most men dread it." Quote, "We assign responsibility to a man, not in order to say that as he was he might have acted differently, but in order to make him different." Quote, "In a free society, we are remunerated not for our skill, but for using it rightly. And this must be so as long as we are free to choose our particular occupation and are not to be directed to it." Equality, value, and merit, ch. 6. The great aim of the struggle for liberty has been equality before the law. This equality under the rules which the state enforces may be supplemented by a similar equality of the rules that men voluntarily obey in their relations with one another. Equality of the general rules of law and conduct, however, is the only kind of equality conducive to liberty and the only equality which we can secure without destroying liberty. Not only has liberty nothing to do with any other sort of equality, but it is even bound to produce inequality in many respects. This is the necessary result and part of the justification of individual liberty. If the result of individual liberty did not demonstrate that some manners of living are more successful than others, much of the case for it would vanish. Freedom necessarily creates inequality, and equality necessarily creates unfreedom. It is neither because it assumes that people are in fact equal nor because it attempts to make them equal that the argument for liberty demands that government treat them equally. This argument not only recognizes that individuals are very different, but in a great measure rests on that assumption. It insists that these individual differences provide no justification for government to treat them differently. It is of the essence of the demand for equality before the law that people should be treated alike in spite of the fact that they are different. The boundless variety of human nature, the wide range of differences in individual capacities and potentialities, is one of the most distinctive facts about the human species. It has been well said that biology, with variability as its cornerstone, confers on every human individual a unique set of attributes which give him a dignity he could not otherwise possess. If the differences are not very important, then freedom is not very important, and the idea of individual worth is not very important. From the fact that people are very different, it follows that if we treat them equally, the result must be inequality in their actual position, and that the only way to place them in an equal position would be to treat them differently. Equality before the law and material equality are therefore not only different, but are in conflict with each other, and we can achieve either the one or the other, but not both at the same time. We do not object to equality as such. Our objection is against all attempts to impress upon society a deliberately chosen pattern of distribution, whether it be an order of equality or of inequality. Many of those who demand an extension of equality do not really demand equality, but a distribution that conforms more closely to human conceptions of individual merit, and that their desires are as irreconcilable with freedom as the more strictly egalitarian demands. If one objects to the use of coercion in order to bring about a more even or a more just distribution, this does not mean that one does not regard these as desirable. But if we wish to preserve a free society, it is essential that we recognize that the desirability of a particular object is not sufficient justification for the use of coercion. Economic inequality is not one of the evils which justify our resorting to discriminatory coercion or the special privileges of government action in order to remedy it. The proper answer to those who contend that material rewards should correspond to recognizable merit is that in a free system, it is neither desirable nor practicable that material rewards should be made generally to correspond to what men recognize as merit, and that it is an essential characteristic of a free society that an individual's position should not necessarily depend on the views that his fellows hold about the merit he has acquired. Merit, in the sense in which we must use the term to describe the attributes of conduct that make it deserving of praise, is a matter of subjective effort and intention, not of objective outcome. The inborn as well as the acquired gifts of a person clearly have a value to his fellows, which does not depend on any credit due to him for possessing them. A good mind or a fine voice, a beautiful face or a skillful hand, and a ready wit or an attractive personality are in a large measure as independent of a person's efforts as the opportunities or the experiences he has had. In all these instances, the value which a person's capacities or services have for us, and for which he is recompensed, has little relation to anything that we can call moral merit or deserts. The attempt to found the case for freedom on the argument that a free society on the whole achieves reward according to merit is very damaging to it, since it concedes that material rewards ought to be made to correspond to recognizable merit, and then opposes the conclusion that most people will draw from this by an assertion which is untrue. Reward according to merit must in practice mean reward according to assessable merit that other people can recognize and agree upon. But the possibility of a true judgment of merit depends on the presence of precisely those conditions whose general absence is the main argument for liberty. It is because we want people to use knowledge which we do not possess that we let them decide for themselves. But insofar as we want them to be free to use capacities and knowledge of facts which we do not have, we are not in a position to judge the merit of their achievements. Justice, like liberty and coercion, is a concept which, for the sake of clarity, ought to be confined to the deliberate treatment of men by other men. Insofar as we want the efforts of individuals to be guided by their own views about prospects and chances, the results of the individual's efforts are necessarily unpredictable, and the question as to whether the resulting distribution of incomes is just has no meaning. Justice does require that those conditions of people's lives that are determined by government be provided equally for all, but equality of those conditions must lead to inequality of results. The modern tendency to gratify envy and to disguise it in the respectable garment of social justice is developing into a serious threat to freedom. However human, envy is certainly not one of the sources of discontent that a free society can eliminate. It is probably one of the essential conditions for the preservation of such a society that we do not countenance envy, not sanction its demands by camouflaging it as social justice, but treat it, in the words of John Stuart Mill, as that most antisocial and odious of all passions. 100 years ago, at the height of the classical liberal movement, the demand was generally expressed by the phrase "la carrière ouverte aux talents." It was a demand that all man-made obstacles to the rise of some should be removed, that all privileges of individuals should be abolished, and that what the state contributed to the chance of improving one's conditions should be the same for all. This conception that all should be allowed to try has been largely replaced by the altogether different conception that all must be assured an equal start and the same prospects. a deliberate adaptation of opportunities to individual aims and capacities that would be the opposite of freedom. It is essential that we recognize envy for what it is and resist the temptation to dress it up in the respectable garment of social justice. For only then can we hope to preserve the conditions that make a free society possible. Equality before the law, the only equality compatible with liberty, treating people alike in spite of the fact that they are different, not attempting to produce equality of outcomes. Value versus merit. Value is the benefit a person's capacities provide to others. Merit is the moral deserving earned through subjective effort. In a free society, rewards follow value, not accessible merit. Distributive justice, the demand that rewards be proportioned to recognized merit. A principle irreconcilable with freedom in the choice of one's activities. It is the justice of a hierarchic organization, not of a free society. Quote, freedom necessarily creates inequality, and equality necessarily creates unfreedom. Quote, it is of the essence of the demand for equality before the law that people should be treated alike in spite of the fact that they are different. Quote, reward according to merit is reward for obeying the wishes of others in what we do, not compensation for the benefits we have conferred upon them by doing what we thought best. Majority rule, ch. 7. Equality before the law leads to the demand that all men should also have the same share in making the law. This is the point where traditional liberalism and the democratic movement meet. Their main concerns are nevertheless different. Liberalism is concerned mainly with limiting the coercive powers of all government, whether democratic or not, whereas the dogmatic Democrat knows only one limit to government: current majority opinion. The difference between the two ideals stands out most clearly if we name their opposites. For democracy, it is authoritarian government. For liberalism, it is totalitarianism. Neither of the two systems necessarily excludes the opposite of the other. A democracy may well wield totalitarian powers, and it is conceivable that an authoritarian government may act on liberal principles. Liberalism is a doctrine about what the law ought to be, democracy a doctrine about the manner of determining what will be the law. Liberalism regards it as desirable that only what the majority accepts should in fact be law, but does not believe that this is therefore necessarily good law. Its aim, indeed, is to persuade the majority to observe certain principles. It accepts majority rule as a method of deciding, but not as an authority for what the decision ought to be. Democracy's chief justification as a method of deciding disagreements is that it provides a peaceful means of adjusting the laws to the wishes of the majority. But its greatest merit lies in a different consideration. The important thing about democracy is not that the majority decides certain issues, but that a large proportion of the population takes an active part in the formation of opinion. The effective majority is always composed of a great many different majorities on particular issues, and the fact that a particular majority exists should not be regarded as an ultimate justification. The argument for democracy rests on the belief that the view which will direct government emerges from an independent and spontaneous process. It requires, therefore, the existence of a large sphere independent of majority control in which the opinions of the individuals are formed. The case for democracy and the case for freedom of speech and discussion are inseparable. It is sometimes maintained that democracy provides not merely a method of settling differences of opinion on the course of action to be adopted, but also a standard for what opinion ought to be. This view has seriously confused the question of what is actually valid law and what ought to be the law. If democracy is to function, it is as important that the former can always be ascertained as that the latter can always be questioned. Majority decisions tell us what people want at the moment, but not what it would be in their interest to want if they were better informed. And, unless they could be changed by persuasion, they would be of no value. The argument for democracy presupposes that any minority opinion may become a majority one. Advance consists in the few convincing the many. New views must appear somewhere before they can become majority views. There is no experience of society which is not first the experience of a few individuals. Unless some people know more than the rest and are in a better position to convince the rest, there would be little progress in opinion. It is because we normally do not know who knows best that we leave the decision to a process which we do not control. But it is always from a minority acting in ways different from what the majority would prescribe that the majority, in the end, learns to do better. We have no ground for crediting majority decisions with that higher, super-individual wisdom, which, in a certain sense, the products of spontaneous social growth may possess. The resolutions of a majority are not the place to look for such superior wisdom. They are bound, if anything, to be inferior to the decisions that the most intelligent members of the group will make after listening to all opinions. They will be the result of less careful thought and will generally represent a compromise that will not fully satisfy anybody. Moreover, majority decisions are peculiarly liable, if not guided by accepted common principles, to produce overall results that nobody wanted. A government that claims to be committed to no principles and to judge every problem on its merits usually finds itself having to observe principles not of its own choosing and being led into action that it had never contemplated. A phenomenon which is now familiar to us is that of governments which start out with the proud claim that they will deliberately control all affairs and soon find themselves beset at each step by the necessities created by their former actions. The political philosopher cannot discharge his task if he confines himself to questions of fact and is afraid of deciding between conflicting values. In his effort to form a coherent picture, he will often find that there are values which conflict with one another, a fact which most people are not aware of, and that he must choose which he should accept and which reject. In this task, he will often serve democracy best by opposing the will of the majority. Only a complete misapprehension of the process by which opinion progresses would lead one to argue that in the sphere of opinion he ought to submit to majority views. To treat existing majority opinion as the standard for what majority opinion ought to be would make the whole process circular and stationary. It is by insisting on considerations which the majority do not wish to take into account, by holding up principles which they regard as inconvenient and irksome, that he has to prove his worth. For intellectuals, to bow to a belief merely because it is held by the majority is a betrayal not only of their peculiar mission, but of the values of democracy itself. Democracy will remain effective only so long as government in its coercive action confines itself to tasks that can be carried out democratically. If democracy is a means of preserving liberty, then individual liberty is no less an essential condition for the working of democracy. Though democracy is probably the best form of limited government, it becomes an absurdity if it turns into unlimited government. Those who profess that democracy is all-competent and support all that the majority wants at any given moment are working for its fall. The old liberal is in fact a much better friend of democracy than the dogmatic Democrat, for he is concerned with preserving the conditions that make democracy workable. It is not anti-democratic to try to persuade the majority that there are limits beyond which its action ceases to be beneficial and that it should observe principles which are not of its own deliberate making. If it is to survive, democracy must recognize that it is not the fountainhead of justice and that it needs to acknowledge a conception of justice which does not necessarily manifest itself in the popular view on every particular issue. The danger is that we mistake a means of securing justice for justice itself. The essential insight here is that majority rule is a device for settling disagreements, not a moral principle that legitimizes any decision the majority reaches. The value of democracy lies not in any particular decision it produces, but in the process by which opinion is formed and adjusted, a process that requires the existence of a large sphere of individual freedom in which diverse views can be developed and tested. Where this sphere is encroached upon, where the majority can dictate not only the rules of the game, but also the aims and values of the players, the very conditions that make democratic government beneficial are destroyed. Furthermore, the rule of law, the principle that government should act only through general rules announced in advance and applicable to all, is the indispensable safeguard of liberty in a democratic society. Without such a framework, majority decisions become instruments of oppression rather than means of coordination. The liberal tradition has always insisted that the power of the majority must be limited by principles which it did not create and which it cannot arbitrarily alter, for otherwise the protection of minorities and the preservation of the conditions for the formation of new majorities become impossible. Liberalism versus democracy. Liberalism is a doctrine about what the law ought to be, limits on government power. Democracy is a doctrine about the manner of determining what will be the law, who exercises it. The two are not identical and may conflict. Dogmatic democracy. The view that the will of the majority determines not only what is law, but what is good law, confusing the method of decision with the authority of the decision. Democracy as educator. Democracy's greatest value lies not in any particular decision, but in the fact that it educates the majority by requiring the active participation of many in the formation of opinion. Quote, though men be much governed by interest, yet even interest itself and all human affairs are entirely governed by opinion. Quote, advance consists in the few convincing the many. Quote, if politics is the art of the possible, political philosophy is the art of making politically possible the seemingly impossible. Employment and independence, ch. 8. The ideals and principles restated in the preceding chapters were developed in a society which in important respects differed from ours. It was a society in which a relatively larger part of the people, and most of those who counted in forming opinion, were independent in the activities that gave them their livelihood. How far, then, are those principles which operated in such a society still valid now, when most of us work as employed members of large organizations, using resources we do not own and acting largely on the instructions given by others? Before we turn to the main issue, we must free ourselves from a myth concerning the growth of the employed class. This is the myth that the appearance of a propertyless proletariat is the result of a process of expropriation, in the course of which the masses were deprived of those possessions that formerly enabled them to earn their living independently. The facts tell a very different story. Until the rise of modern capitalism, the possibility for most people of establishing a family and of rearing children depended on the inheritance of a home and land and the necessary tools of production. What later enabled those who did not inherit land and tools from their parents to survive and multiply was the fact that it became practicable and profitable for the wealthy to use their capital in such a way as to give employment to large numbers. If capitalism has created the proletariat, it has done so, then, by enabling large numbers to survive and procreate. The problem is that many exercises of freedom are of little direct interest to the employed, and that it is often not easy for them to see that their freedom depends on others being able to make decisions which are not immediately relevant to their whole manner of life. Since they can and have to live without making such decisions, they cannot see the need for them, and they attach little importance to opportunities for action which hardly ever occur in their lives. They regard as unnecessary many exercises of freedom which are essential to the independent if he is to perform his functions, and they hold views of deserts and appropriate remuneration entirely different from his. Freedom is thus seriously threatened today by the tendency of the employed majority to impose upon the rest their standards and views of life. It may indeed prove to be the most difficult task of all to persuade the employed masses that in the general interest of their society, and therefore in their own long-term interest, they should preserve such conditions as to enable a few to reach positions which to them appear unattainable or not worth the effort and risk. The essential fact is that in a competitive society, the employed is not at the mercy of a particular employer, except in periods of extensive unemployment. The law wisely does not recognize contracts for the permanent sale of a person's labor and, in general, does not even enforce contracts for specific performance. Nobody can be coerced to continue to work under a particular boss, even if he is contracted to do so, and, in a normally operating competitive society, alternative employment will be available, even though it may often be less remunerative. That the freedom of the employed depends upon the existence of a great number and variety of employers is clear when we consider the situation that would exist if there were only one employer, namely, the state, and if taking employment were the only permitted means of livelihood. A consistent application of socialist principles, however much it might be disguised by the delegation of the power of employment to nominally independent public corporations and the like, would necessarily lead to the presence of a single employer. Whether this employer acted directly or indirectly, he would clearly possess unlimited power to coerce the individual. The freedom of the employed, therefore, depends on the existence of a group of persons whose position is different from theirs. Yet in a democracy in which they form the majority, it is their conception of life that can determine whether or not such a group can exist and fulfill its functions. The dominant conceptions will be those of the great majority, who are members of hierarchic organizations and who are largely unaware of the kind of problems and views that determine the relations between the separate units within which they work. The standards which such a majority develops may enable them to be effective members of society, but they cannot be applied to the whole of society if it is to remain free. It is inevitable that the interests and values of the employed should differ somewhat from those of men who accept the risk and responsibility of organizing the use of resources. A man who works under direction for a fixed salary may be as conscientious, industrious, and intelligent as one who must constantly choose between alternatives. But he can hardly be as inventive or as experimental simply because the range of choice in his work is more limited. The existence of a multiplicity of opportunities for employment ultimately depends on the existence of independent individuals who can take the initiative in the continuous process of reforming and redirecting organizations. Though corporations of this sort may be suited to well-established industries, it is very unlikely that competitive conditions could be maintained or an ossification of the whole corporate structure be prevented without the launching of new organizations for fresh ventures, where the propertied individual able to bear risks is still irreplaceable. And this superiority of individual over collective decisions is not confined to new ventures. However adequate the collective wisdom of a board may be in most instances, the outstanding success even of large and well-established corporations is often due to some single person who has achieved his position of independence and influence through the control of large means. The importance of the private owner of substantial property, however, does not rest simply on the fact that his existence is an essential condition for the preservation of the structure of competitive enterprise. The man of independent means is an even more important figure in a free society when he is not occupied with using his capital in the pursuit of material gain, but uses it in the service of aims which bring no material return. It is more in the support of aims which the mechanism of the market cannot adequately take care of than in preserving that market that the man of independent means has his indispensable role to play in any civilized society. The leadership of individuals or groups who can back their beliefs financially is particularly essential in the field of cultural amenities, in the fine arts, in education and research, in the preservation of natural beauty and historic treasures, and, above all, in the propagation of new ideas in politics, morals, and religion. If minority views are to have a chance to become majority views, it is necessary not only that men who are already highly esteemed by the majority should be able to initiate action, but that representatives of all divergent views and tastes should be in a position to support with their means and their energy ideals which are not yet shared by the majority. It is doubtful whether a wealthy class whose ethos requires that at least every male member prove his usefulness by making more money can adequately justify its existence. However important the independent owner of property may be for the economic order of a free society, his importance is perhaps even greater in the fields of thought and opinion, of tastes and beliefs. There is something seriously lacking in a society in which all the intellectual, moral, and artistic leaders belong to the employed class, especially if most of them are in the employment of the government. Though the freelance writer and artist and the professions of law and medicine still provide some independent leaders of opinion, the great majority of those who ought to provide such a lead are today in employed positions, in most countries in the employment of the state. A wealthy class that is in part a leisured class will be interspersed with more than the average proportion of scholars and statesmen, literary figures and artists. It was through their intercourse in their own circle with such men who shared their style of life that in the past the wealthy men of affairs were able to take part in the movement of ideas and in the discussions that shaped opinion. It is undeniable that such a leisure group will produce a much larger proportion of bons vivants than of scholars and public servants, and that the former will shock the public conscience by their conspicuous waste. But such waste is everywhere the price of freedom, and it would be difficult to maintain that the standard by which the consumption of the idlest of the idle rich is judged wasteful and objectionable is really different from that by which the consumption of the American masses will be judged wasteful by the Egyptian fellahin or the Chinese coolie. Quantitatively, the wastes involved in the amusements of the rich are indeed insignificant compared with those involved in the similar and equally unnecessary amusements of the masses. It is merely the conspicuousness and the unfamiliar character of the wastes in the life of the idle rich that make them appear so particularly reprehensible. Even the successful use of leisure needs pioneering, and that we owe many of the now common forms of living to people who devoted all their time to the art of living, and that many of the toys and tools of sport that later became the instruments of recreation for the masses were invented by playboys. If through envy we make certain exceptional kinds of life impossible, we shall all in the end suffer material and spiritual impoverishment. Nor can we eliminate the unpleasant manifestations of individual success without destroying at the same time those forces which make advance possible. A world in which the majority could prevent the appearance of all that they did not like would be a stagnant and probably a declining world. The employed majority, the great majority of the population in modern society who work for wages or salaries in large organizations, holding standards and views of remuneration different from those of the independent. Man of independent means. The property owner who uses capital not merely for material gain, but in service of aims the market cannot adequately provide, cultural, intellectual, and moral leadership that minority views require to gain a hearing. Idleness as price of freedom. A leisured class, even if it produces more bons vivants than scholars, is the indispensable reservoir of independent opinion, experimental living, and cultural initiative that no majority or government can replace. Quote, not for to hide it in a hedge, / not for a train attendant, / but for the glorious privilege / of being independent. Quote, it is more in the support of aims which the mechanism of the market cannot adequately take care of than in preserving that market that the man of independent means has his indispensable role to play in any civilized society. Quote, a world in which the majority could prevent the appearance of all that they did not like would be a stagnant and probably a declining world. Part 2. Freedom and the Law. Coercion and the State, ch. 9. The chapter opens with a careful unpacking of what coercion actually means, and in doing so clears away a fog that has long obscured political thought. We provisionally defined freedom as the absence of coercion, but coercion itself turns out to be a concept nearly as troublesome as liberty, largely because we fail to distinguish between what other men do to us and the effects on us of physical circumstances. English provides 2 words for this distinction. We are compelled by circumstances, but coerced by persons. The difference is not incidental. It marks the boundary between a private domain in which we reason and plan and an external manipulation of that domain by another human will. Coercion, properly understood, is not the complete deprivation of choice. If my hand is guided by physical force to trace my signature, I have not acted at all. That is violence. And while it is as objectionable as coercion, it is conceptually distinct. Coercion implies that I still choose, but that my mind has been made someone else's tool, because the alternatives before me have been so manipulated that the conduct the coercer wants me to choose becomes for me the least painful one. It is still I who decide which is the least evil under the circumstances, but the range of options has been deliberately narrowed by another to produce a desired outcome. This is why coercion is so destructive to the individual's capacity for rational planning. It does not annihilate the will, but it deprives the will of the knowledge and foresight it requires to shape a coherent life. Coercion, the deliberate manipulation of an individual's alternatives so that his choices serve another's purpose rather than his own, not the elimination of choice, but the distortion of its conditions. Several property, a term drawn from Sir Henry Maine, for the system of individual rights in things that delimits the protected sphere against coercion, more precise than private property in emphasizing the boundaries between persons. Protected sphere, the domain of assured facts and expectations within which an individual can plan and act, secured by general rules enforced by the state. The argument proceeds to show that coercion is not the only harmful influence one person can exercise on another. The person who blocks my path in the street or borrows the book I want from the library causes me inconvenience, but we do not call that coercion. The distinction turns on intention and the threat of harm. Coercion implies both a threat and the intention to bring about a certain conduct. A morose husband or a nagging wife may make life intolerable, but society can do little to protect the individual beyond ensuring that intimate associations are truly voluntary. Any attempt to regulate these further would produce even greater coercion. The concept must be bounded carefully, lest it be so extended as to encompass all human interaction and thereby lose all value. The prevention of coercion is accomplished through the establishment of a private sphere for each individual, a domain in which he is protected against deliberate interference with the facts upon which his plans depend. The assurance that certain facts will not be shaped by another person's can be given only by some authority that possesses the necessary power, and it is here that coercion of one individual by another can be prevented only by the threat of coercion. This is the fundamental paradox at the heart of the free society. Liberty requires the state, and the state requires the capacity to coerce. The question is therefore not whether the state should coerce, but under what conditions its coercion serves to reduce the total amount of coercion in society rather than to increase it. The answer, as the next chapter will develop more fully, lies in confining the state's coercive power to the enforcement of known, general rules that, once learned, allow each individual to calculate the consequences of his actions and to plan accordingly. Property is the first and most essential of these rules, though it is not the only one. In modern society, the important thing is not that every individual possess material property, but that the material means which enable him to pursue any plan of action should not be all in the exclusive control of one other agent. It is one of the accomplishments of modern society that freedom may be enjoyed by a person with practically no property of his own, so long as property is sufficiently dispersed that the individual is not dependent on particular persons who alone can provide him with what he needs. The enforceability of contracts extends the protected sphere beyond what one personally owns. The whole network of rights created by contracts is as much the basis of our plans as any property of our own. Competition, made possible by the dispersion of property, deprives the individual owners of particular things of all coercive power. The chapter concludes by distinguishing the state's legitimate use of coercion from the private coercion it seeks to prevent. The rules of a free society do not normally compel specific actions. Their sanctions are designed only to prevent a person from doing certain things or to make him perform obligations that he has voluntarily incurred. Provided that I know beforehand the consequences of placing myself in a particular position and that I can avoid that position, I need never be coerced. The laws of the state, insofar as they apply equally to all people in similar circumstances, have the same significance for me as the laws of nature. I can use my knowledge of them to achieve my own aims as I use my knowledge of physical regularities. Even taxation and compulsory military service, while they're not avoidable, are at least predictable and enforced irrespective of how the individual would otherwise employ his energies. And this predictability deprives them largely of the character of coercion. The most disturbing interference is that which is neither avoidable nor predictable, for it is precisely such uncertainty that prevents the formation of a coherent plan of life. The importance of this distinction cannot be overstated, for it reveals the fundamental condition under which the state's coercive power serves to enhance rather than diminish individual freedom. When the state confines itself to the enforcement of general, known rules, It creates a framework within which each individual can rely upon the expectations generated by those rules and can make his plans accordingly. The coercion employed by the state in such circumstances is impersonal and predictable. It does not target individuals or groups, nor does it respond to the particular circumstances of any particular case. It is, in effect, a substitution for the kind of security that each individual would seek to provide for himself in a state of nature, but at a far lower cost and with far greater certainty. What makes this arrangement possible is the recognition that the state itself must be bound by the same general rules that it enforces upon individuals. If the state could exempt itself from the rules or apply them selectively, the whole framework of predictability would collapse. The rule of law thus implies not merely that the state enforces rules, but that it is itself subject to rules, that the power of government is exercised not by arbitrary decree, but according to principles that are known in advance and that apply to the government's own actions as well as to those of its citizens. Quote, "Coercion occurs when one man's actions are made to serve another man's will, not for his own, but for the other's purpose. It is not that the coerced does not choose at all. If that were the case, we should not speak of his acting." Quote, "The effective use of a person's intelligence and knowledge in the pursuit of his aims requires that he be able to foresee some of the conditions of his environment and adhere to a plan of action. Most human aims can be achieved only by a chain of connected actions, decided upon as a coherent whole and based on the assumption that the facts will be what they are expected to be. Law, commands, and order, ch. 10. This chapter recovers a conception of law that has been largely lost. The idea that law, properly understood, is not a command emanating from the sovereign, but an abstract general rule that defines the protected sphere within which each individual may act freely. Savigny stated the basic idea with characteristic precision. The rule whereby the indivisible borderline is fixed within which the being and activity of each individual obtain a secure and free sphere is the law. This conception of law as the foundation of liberty was once so well understood that law could be called the science of liberty. It is the task of this chapter to recover and make more precise the conception on which the ideal of freedom under the law was originally built. Life in society, even among animals, is made possible by individuals acting according to certain rules. As intelligence grows, these rules tend to develop from unconscious habits into explicit statements, becoming at the same time more abstract and general. Our familiarity with the institutions of law prevents us from seeing how subtle and complex a device the delimitation of individual spheres by abstract rules actually is. If it had been deliberately designed, it would deserve to rank among the greatest of human inventions. But it has been as little invented by any one mind as language or money or most of the practices on which social life rests. Even in animal societies, a kind of delimitation of individual spheres by rules appears. Two individuals who meet at an intermediate place between their respective territories will usually withdraw without a trial of strength, establishing a sphere belonging to each, not by the demarcation of a concrete boundary, but by the observation of a rule that the individual honors in action, even though it is not known to the individual as a rule in the sense that it could communicate it. The nature of these abstract rules that we call laws, in the strict sense, is best shown by contrasting them with specific and particular commands. A general rule that everybody obeys, unlike a command addressed to specific persons, does not require any separate order to enforce it. It is obeyed by each individual because it is recognized as a rule that applies to all alike. The crucial distinction is this. When we obey general abstract rules laid down irrespective of their application to us, we are not subject to another man's will and are therefore free. It is because the lawgiver does not know the particular cases to which his rules will apply, and it is because the judge who applies them has no choice in drawing the conclusions that follow from the existing body of rules and the particular facts of the case, that it can be said that laws and not men rule. Nomos, the spontaneous, evolved rules of just conduct, abstract, general, and known to all, as distinguished from thesis, the deliberate rules of organization imposed by a legislator. The nomos thesis distinction is fundamental to understanding the difference between the law of liberty and the command of the state. Spontaneous order, an order that arises from a mutual adjustment of individual actions under general rules, rather than from the direction of a commanding intelligence. What Polanyi calls a polycentric order, in which individual initiative is coordinated without any single center of decision. Division of knowledge, the condition in which the relevant knowledge for directing economic activity is dispersed among many individuals, none of whom possesses it all, and which can be utilized only through a system of general rules that allow each person to act on his own particular knowledge. The significance of a system in which all coercive action of government is confined to the execution of general abstract rules is often stated in the words of one of the great historians of law. The movement of the progressive societies has hitherto been a movement from status to contract. The conception of status, an assigned place that each individual occupies in society, corresponds to a state in which the rules are not fully general, but single out particular persons or groups and confer upon them special rights and duties. The true contrast to a reign of status is the reign of general and equal laws, the rules which are the same for all, what we might call the rule of leges in the original Latin meaning of the word, as opposed to privileges. The requirement that the rules of true law be general does not preclude special rules applying to different classes of people, so long as they refer to properties that only some people possess and are equally recognized as justified by those inside and outside the group. The rationale of securing to each individual a known range within which he can decide on his actions is to enable him to make the fullest use of his knowledge, especially of his concrete and often unique knowledge of the particular circumstances of time and place. The law tells him what facts he may count on, and thereby extends the range within which he can predict the consequences of his actions. At the same time, it tells him what possible consequences of his actions he must take into account or what he will be held responsible for. The law embodies knowledge, or the results of past experience, that individuals utilize by observing rules, and this experience is difficult to discuss since it is ordinarily not known to them or to any one person. Most of these rules have never been deliberately invented, but have grown through a gradual process of trial and error, in which the experience of successive generations has helped to make them what they are. The chapter concludes by distinguishing the spontaneous order that arises under general rules from the commanded order that results from deliberate direction. The orderliness of social activity shows itself in the fact that the individual can carry out a consistent plan of action that, at almost every stage, rests on the expectation of certain contributions from his fellows. Such an order involving an adjustment to circumstances, knowledge of which is dispersed among a great many people, cannot be established by central direction. It can arise only from a mutual adjustment of the elements and their response to the events that act immediately upon them. The task of the lawgiver is not to set up a particular order, but merely to create conditions in which an orderly arrangement can establish and ever renew itself. As in nature, to induce the establishment of such an order does not require that we be able to predict the behavior of the individual atom. That will depend on the unknown particular circumstances in which it finds itself. All that is required is a limited regularity in its behavior. And the purpose of the human laws we enforce is to secure such limited regularity as will make the formation of an order possible. The distinction between nomos and thesis, between the spontaneous rules of just conduct that have grown up through centuries of experience and the deliberate rules of organization imposed by a legislator, is fundamental to understanding the difference between the law of liberty and the command of the state. Nomos represents the accumulated wisdom of generations, the rules that have proven their worth through the trial and error of countless individuals, while thesis represents the conscious design of a particular mind or committee. The danger of modern legislation lies in the tendency to confuse the two, to treat the deliberate pronouncements of a legislature as though they possessed the same authority and wisdom as the evolved rules of a free society. This confusion is not merely academic. It has profound practical consequences. When the state confuses its role as enforcer of the general rules of just conduct with its role as provider of particular services, it inevitably expands its coercive power far beyond what is necessary to maintain a free society. The distinction between law and command, between the framework of rules within which individuals pursue their own ends and the direction of those ends by a central authority, is the distinction between a free society and a planned one. It is the task of a legal order that genuinely deserves the name to preserve this distinction, to ensure that the rules which govern our common life remain abstract, general, and known to all, rather than becoming instruments for the achievement of particular goals favored by those in power. Quote, "The rule whereby the indivisible borderline is fixed within which the being and activity of each individual obtain a secure and free sphere is the law." Friedrich Karl von Savigny. Quote, "When order is achieved among human beings by allowing them to interact with each other on their own initiative, subject only to the laws which uniformly apply to all of them, we have a system of spontaneous order in society. The actions of such individuals are said to be free, for they are not determined by any specific command, whether of a superior or a public authority. The compulsion to which they are subject is impersonal and general." Michael Polanyi. The Origins of the Rule of Law, ch. 11. Individual liberty in modern times can hardly be traced back farther than the England of the 17th century, and it appeared first, as it probably always does, as a byproduct of a struggle for power rather than as the result of deliberate aim. Yet the English experience, more than that of any other nation, demonstrates how a tradition of freedom may develop through centuries of contest, each generation building upon the insights and institutions won by its predecessors. The medieval heritage, while it did not provide liberty in the modern sense, contributed something equally important: the deeply rooted conviction that even the sovereign was bound by law, that the state could not itself create or abolish the very standard by which its actions were to be judged. This conception, however imperfectly realized, gave to the English struggle against arbitrary power a coherence that purely negative resistance could never have achieved. The ancient Greek concept of isonomia, equality of laws for all citizens, anticipated the modern rule of law by more than 2 millennia, and it is from this tradition that the phrase government of laws and not of men ultimately derives. Herodotus still regarded isonomy as the most beautiful of all names of a political order, and Aristotle, though he no longer used the term, affirmed its substance when he declared that it is more proper that the law should govern than any one of the citizens. The Greek understanding that democracy and equality before the law, though related, were not the same proved prophetic. Democratic government in Athens soon came to disregard the very principle from which it had derived its justification. The lesson was not lost on the English constitutional thinkers who rediscovered these ideas through Latin intermediaries. In England, the struggle against the crown gathered momentum through economic disputes that carry an unmistakable modern resonance. The Petition of Grievances of 1610 protested that there is none which they have accounted more dear and precious than this, to be guided and governed by the certain rule of law, which giveth to the head and the members that which of right belongeth to them, and not by any uncertain and arbitrary form of government. Sir Edward Coke extended the principle beyond the royal prerogative to warn Parliament itself, to leave all causes to be measured by the golden and straight meat wand of the law, and not to the uncertain and crooked cord of discretion. From the debates of the Civil War, there emerged the central insistence that there must be no punishment without a previously existing law, that statutes must operate only prospectively, and that the discretion of all magistrates must be strictly circumscribed, principles summarized in the phrase lex. Rex, the law is king. The Roman contribution to this tradition, though less direct than the Greek, was at least as consequential in shaping the modern understanding of the rule of law. The 12 Tables, reputedly drawn up in conscious imitation of Solon's laws, established the principle that no privileges or statutes should be enacted in favor of private persons to the injury of others contrary to the law common to all citizens. This conception, which grew by a process very similar to that by which the common law grew, produced the first fully developed system of private law, a system in spirit very different from the later Justinian Code, which would determine the legal thinking of the continent for a millennium. It was through the historians and orators of the Roman Republic, especially Cicero, that these ideas were transmitted to later ages and became the chief source through which the classical tradition spread. Cicero, more than any other ancient author, gave to the concept of freedom under the law a formulation that has remained unsurpassed. To him we owe the conception of general rules or leges legum, which govern legislation, the insight that we obey the law in order to be free, and the principle that the judge ought to be merely the mouth through whom the law speaks. No other author shows more clearly that during the classical period of Roman law, it was fully understood that there is no conflict between law and freedom, and that freedom is dependent upon certain attributes of the law, its generality and certainty, and the restrictions it places on the discretion of authority. The classical period was also a period of complete economic freedom, to which Rome largely owed its prosperity and power. Yet the lesson of Rome was double. From the 2nd century AD, as state socialism advanced rapidly and demands for another kind of equality arose, the freedom which equality before the law had created was progressively destroyed. The outcome of this process, which culminated under Constantine, was that the absolute empire proclaimed together with the principle of equity the authority of the imperial will unfettered by the barrier of law. Justinian, with his learned professors, brought this process to its conclusion. Thereafter, for 1,000 years, the conception that legislation should serve to protect the freedom of the individual was lost. When the art of legislation was rediscovered, it was the Code of Justinian, with its conception of a prince who stood above the law, that served as the model on the continent, a fact of the greatest significance for the later development of the rule of law. Isonomia, the ancient Greek ideal of equal laws for all citizens, the earliest formulation of the principle that the law should be general and apply without distinction of persons, the foundation upon which the modern concept of the rule of law was built. Lex Rex, the principle elaborated during the English Civil War that law is supreme over the ruler, the direct ancestor of constitutionalism and the antithesis of arbitrary government. Separation of powers, the safeguard against the concentration of all governmental functions in a single body, first articulated as a practical political principle during the English 17th century and subsequently elaborated by Montesquieu. The great event that became for later generations the symbol of permanent achievement was the abolition in 1641 of the prerogative courts, especially the Star Chamber, which had been, in Maitland's memorable words, a court of politicians enforcing a policy, not a court of judges administering the law. The securing of judicial independence, the insistence on prospective legislation, and the principle of the separation of powers were all forged in this crucible. When the constitutional settlement of 1688 was codified by Locke, the practical maxims of English political life were given a philosophical form that would influence not only England but the entire Western world. Locke's statement that the end of law is not to abolish or restrain, but to preserve and enlarge freedom, captured the essential insight of the tradition. That law, properly understood, is not the enemy of liberty, but its necessary condition. It is a long way from the acceptance of an ideal by public opinion to its full realization in policy, and the consolidation of the rule of law in England was a gradual process extending through the first half of the 18th century. From the confirmation of judicial independence in the Act of Settlement of 1701 through the final abandonment of bills of attainder, to the slow but steady extension of the principles for which the Englishmen of the 17th century had fought. The specificity of these achievements should not deceive us into thinking the process was inevitable or self-sustaining. The very clarity with which the ideal had been formulated made the subsequent erosion all the more dangerous. Locke's work has come to be known mainly as a comprehensive philosophical justification of the Glorious Revolution, and it is mostly in his wider speculations about the philosophical foundations of government that his original contribution lies. The aspect of his work which was at least as important at the time, and which mainly concerns us here, however, is his codification of the victorious political doctrine of the practical principles which, it was agreed, should thenceforth control the powers of government. While in his philosophical discussion Locke's concern is with the source which makes power legitimate and with the aim of government in general, the practical problem with which he is concerned is how power, whoever exercises it, can be prevented from becoming arbitrary. The main practical safeguard against the abuse of authority proposed by Locke is the separation of powers, which he expounds somewhat less clearly and in a less familiar form than did some of his predecessors. His main concern is how to limit the discretion of him that has the executive power, but he has no special safeguards to offer. Yet his ultimate aim throughout is what today is often called the taming of power. The end why men choose and authorize a legislative is that there may be laws made and rules set as guards and fences to the properties of all the members of society, to limit the power and moderate the dominion of every part and member of the society. The second half of the 18th century produced the coherent expositions of the ideals which largely determined the climate of opinion for the next 100 years. As is so often the case, it was less the systematic expositions by political philosophers and lawyers than the interpretations of events by the historians that carried these ideas to the public. The most influential among them was David Hume, who in his works again and again stressed the crucial points, and of whom it has justly been said that for him the real meaning of the history of England was the evolution from a government of will to a government of law. With reference to the abolition of the Star Chamber, Hume wrote that no government, at that time, appeared in the world, nor is perhaps to be found in the records of any history, which subsisted without the mixture of some arbitrary authority committed to some magistrate, and it might reasonably, beforehand, appear doubtful whether human society could ever arrive at that state of perfection as to support itself with no other control than the general and rigid maxims of law and equity. With the end of the 18th century, England's major contributions to the development of the principles of freedom come to a close. Though Macaulay did once more for the 19th century what Hume had done for the 18th, and though the Whig intelligentsia of the Edinburgh Review and economists in the Smithian tradition continued to think of liberty in classical terms, there was little further development. The new liberalism that gradually displaced Whiggism came more and more under the influence of the rationalist tendencies of the philosophical radicals and the French tradition. Bentham and his utilitarians did much to destroy the beliefs which England had in part preserved from the Middle Ages by their scornful treatment of most of what until then had been the most admired features of the British Constitution. And they introduced into Britain what had so far been entirely absent: the desire to remake the whole of her law and institutions on rational principles. The Scottish Enlightenment, though less systematic in its political philosophy, contributed something of the greatest importance to the understanding of the rule of law. The insight that the spontaneous order of society, which emerges when individuals are free to pursue their own ends under general rules, is more complex and more beneficial than any order that could be created by deliberate direction. Adam Smith, who was not primarily a political philosopher, but whose economic analysis presupposed the rule of law, showed that the division of labor and the expansion of commerce depend upon a legal framework that secures property rights and enforces contracts. The prosperity of the West, he demonstrated, rested not upon the wisdom of its rulers, but upon the general rules that enabled individuals to utilize their own knowledge for their own purposes. The significance of the rule of law for the economic progress of the West can hardly be exaggerated. There is probably no single factor which has contributed more to the prosperity of the West than the relative certainty of the law which has prevailed there. The essential point is that the decisions of the courts can be predicted, not that all the rules which determine them can be stated in words. To insist that the actions of the courts be in accordance with pre-existing rules is not to insist that all these rules be explicit. Many of the general principles on which the conclusions depend will be only implicit in the body of formulated law and will have to be discovered by the courts. But this is not a peculiarity of legal reasoning. Probably all generalizations that we can formulate depend on still higher generalizations which we do not explicitly know, but which nevertheless govern the working of our minds. The rule of law is thus not merely a device for limiting the powers of government. It is the foundation upon which the whole edifice of individual liberty rests. Without it, all other safeguards of freedom, written constitutions, bills of rights, independent judiciaries, are but hollow forms. The history of the struggle for the rule of law is therefore not merely a chapter in the history of legal institutions. It is the story of how mankind learned to live together under general rules rather than under the arbitrary will of particular rulers. The erosion of the rule of law in the 19th and 20th centuries was not accomplished by those who explicitly rejected it, but by those who, while paying lip service to its principles, proceeded to interpret it in ways that stripped it of its substance. The desire to use the powers of government for particular purposes, to benefit particular groups or individuals, led to a gradual expansion of discretionary authority at the expense of general rules. The very success of the rule of law in creating a framework within which individuals could pursue their own ends made it possible for those who wished to direct economic activity to argue that the old principles were no longer adequate to the needs of a complex society. Thus, the rule of law was undermined not by a frontal assault, but by a slow process of erosion, in which each deviation from principle was justified as a necessary response to special circumstances. The rule of law is the indispensable framework within which the spontaneous order of society can arise and sustain itself. It is the condition that makes it possible for individuals to utilize their own knowledge for their own purposes, to cooperate with others without needing to agree on common aims, and to benefit from the experience of generations without understanding how that experience has been incorporated into the general rules they follow. Without the rule of law, the division of labor upon which modern prosperity depends would be impossible, for no one would know what to expect from others or what others might expect from him. Quote, "The end of the law is not to abolish or restrain, but to preserve and enlarge freedom. For in all the states of created beings capable of laws, where there is no law, there is no freedom." Quote, "There is none which they have accounted more dear and precious than this, to be guided and governed by the certain rule of law, which giveth to the head and the members that which of right belongeth to them, and not by any uncertain and arbitrary form of government." The American Contribution, Constitutionalism, ch. 12. The American colonists, when they discovered that the British Constitution had little substance and could not be successfully appealed to against the claims of Parliament, concluded that the missing foundation had to be supplied. They brought with them the ideas of the 17th century struggle against arbitrary power and now turned them against Parliament itself, which claimed unlimited sovereignty. The result was a new attempt to secure the liberty of the individual through written constitutionalism, a device that, while drawing on English principles, represented a significant innovation in the method of protecting freedom. Lord Acton was not exaggerating at all when he wrote that Europe seemed incapable of becoming the home of free states. It was from America that the plain ideas that men ought to mind their own business burst forth like a conqueror upon the world they were destined to transform, under the title of the rights of man. Constitutionalism, the principle that all power rests on the understanding that it will be exercised according to commonly accepted principles, that the persons on whom power is conferred are selected because it is thought they are most likely to do what is right, not in order that whatever they do should be right. It rests, in the last resort, on the understanding that power is ultimately not a physical fact, but a state of opinion which makes people obey. Judicial review, the power of courts to declare legislative acts unconstitutional, which was not an American invention, but as old as constitutionalism itself. Without it, constitutionalism would never have been attained. Established by Marbury versus Madison, it made the written Constitution an enforceable limitation on government. Bill of Rights, a list of individual rights that the legislature may not infringe, serving as specific constraints on government power. The American founders recognized that such an enumeration was necessary precisely because majorities might otherwise claim unlimited power over individuals. The American movement began entirely on the basis of traditional English liberties. The colonists spoke of true Old English liberty and toasted William Pitt and the Whig statesmen who supported them. But the principle that no power should be arbitrary, that all power should be limited by higher law, had been forgotten in England after the complete victory of Parliament. The colonists now turned this principle against Parliament itself, objecting not only that they were not represented in it, but even more that it recognized no limits whatever to its powers. With this application of the principle of legal limitation of power by higher principles to Parliament itself, the initiative in the further development of the ideal of free government passed to the Americans. The 11 years between the Declaration of Independence and the framing of the federal Constitution were a period of experimentation with constitutionalism. The state constitutions show more clearly than the final Constitution how much the limitation of all governmental power was the object. The prominent position everywhere given to inviolable individual rights, either as part of the constitutional documents or as separate bills of rights, demonstrates what constitutionalism meant to the Americans. The Virginia Bill of Rights, drafted and adopted before the Declaration of Independence, served as the prototype not only for the other states, but also for the French Declaration of the Rights of Men and Citizens of 1789 and, through that, for all similar European documents. The principal concern of all was, as the Bill of Rights preceding the Massachusetts Constitution of 1780 expressed it, that the government should be a government of laws and not of men. The framers of the federal Constitution were deeply aware that a written constitution could be rendered meaningless if the legislature could freely violate its provisions. The Bill of Rights was added precisely because Madison recognized that the invasion of private rights is chiefly to be apprehended, not from acts of government contrary to the sense of its constituents, but from acts in which the government is the mere instrument of the major number of the constituents. The political truths declared in the Bill of Rights would, he believed, acquire by degrees the character of fundamental maxims of free government, and, as they become incorporated with the national sentiment, counteract the impulses of interest and passion. The Ninth Amendment, with its proviso that the enumeration of certain rights in this Constitution shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people, was a safeguard against the very danger that Madison had foreseen. The most important development of American constitutional doctrine was the increasing recognition that a constitutional system based on the separation of powers presupposed a clear distinction between laws proper, general rules formed upon deliberation, under the influence of no resentment, and without knowing upon whom they will operate, and those other enactments of the legislature which are not general rules, a distinction that lies at the very heart of what it means to live under the rule of law rather than under the arbitrary will of man. Judicial decisions repeatedly stressed that laws proper ought to be general public laws equally binding upon every member of the community under similar circumstances. This distinction came to be regarded as one of the chief limitations upon legislation, together with the explicit prohibition of retroactive laws by the federal Constitution. Incredibly successful as the American experiment in constitutionalism has been, no other written constitution has lasted half as long. It is still an experiment in a new way of ordering government, and we must not regard it as containing all wisdom in this field. The main features crystallized at so early a stage in the understanding of the meaning of a constitution that in some respects the unwritten parts are more instructive than the text. The chief point is that in the United States, it has been established that the legislature is bound by general rules, that it must deal with particular problems in such a manner that the underlying principle can also be applied in other cases, and that, if it infringes a principle hitherto observed, though perhaps never explicitly stated, it must acknowledge this fact and submit to an elaborate process to ascertain whether the basic beliefs of the people really have changed. Judicial review is not an absolute obstacle to change, and the worst it can do is to delay the process and make it necessary for the constitution-making body to repudiate or reaffirm the principle at issue. Stripped of all its husks, as McIlwain wrote, liberalism is constitutionalism, a government of laws and not of men. In this sense, Americans have been able to defend freedom by defending their Constitution. The Federalist, which provided the most systematic defense of the proposed Constitution, made explicit the conception of a hierarchy of rules that underlies the idea of constitutionalism. Hamilton, in his essay on the judiciary, argued that a constitution must contain what in effect are substantive rules, besides provisions regulating the derivation of authority. It must lay down general principles which are to govern the acts of the appointed legislature. The idea of a constitution, therefore, involves not only the idea of a hierarchy of authority or power, but also that of a hierarchy of rules or laws, where those possessing a higher degree of generality and proceeding from a superior authority control the contents of the more specific laws that are passed by a delegated authority. This insight, though not new, was for the first time put into practice on a national scale. The distinction between laws proper and special legislation became a central concern of American constitutional doctrine. Laws proper are general rules formed upon deliberation, under the influence of no resentment, and without knowing upon whom they will operate. They are, as the courts repeatedly stressed, general public laws equally binding upon every member of the community under similar circumstances. Special legislation, by contrast, singles out particular persons or groups for particular treatment. The prohibition of such legislation, which appears in several state constitutions, was one of the chief limitations upon the exercise of legislative power. It reflected the understanding that the rule of law requires not merely that government act under law, but that the law itself be general and abstract. What the Americans achieved, therefore, was not merely a formal separation of powers, but a substantive commitment to the principle that government must govern through general rules rather than through the exercise of discretion applied to particular cases. This distinction, which draws its intellectual force from the Scottish Enlightenment, and especially from David Hume, was perhaps the single most important contribution that American constitutionalism made to the theory of limited government. For it established that the mere separation of governmental functions into distinct branches was insufficient to protect liberty unless the substance of the law itself conformed to the demands of generality and predictability. The struggle between the executive and the Supreme Court in 1937, while it induced the court to retreat from its more extreme position, also led to a reaffirmation of the fundamental principles of the American tradition, demonstrating that the constitutional system possessed within itself the resources to withstand even the most determined attempt to alter its basic character. The Senate Judiciary Committee, in its report rejecting the president's proposal to alter the composition of the court, made a statement of principle that ranks among the finest defenses of constitutionalism ever produced by a legislative body. It declared that the preservation of the American constitutional system is immeasurably more important than the immediate adoption of any legislation, however beneficial. It affirmed the continuation and perpetuation of government and rule by law, as distinguished from government and rule by man. And it warned that if the court of last resort is to be made to respond to a prevalent sentiment of a current hour, politically imposed, that court must ultimately become subservient to the pressure of public opinion of the hour, which might at the moment embrace mob passion abhorrent to a more calm, lasting consideration. The American experiment demonstrated that a written constitution could serve as a practical limitation on government, provided that there existed both a judicial mechanism for its enforcement and a political culture that accepted the principle that government must be bound by general rules. The success of this experiment depended not merely on the document itself, but on the unwritten assumptions and practices that grew up around it. The acceptance by the people and their representatives that certain principles were fundamental and could not be altered by ordinary political processes. In this sense, the Constitution was as much a product of the British tradition of the rule of law as it was an innovation in the method of protecting freedom. The Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment, which repeats with explicit reference to state legislation what the Fifth Amendment had already provided, was to achieve altogether unforeseen importance. In the last quarter of the 19th century, when the Supreme Court had, on the one hand, become unquestioned doctrine that only the letter of the Constitution could justify the courts declaring a law unconstitutional, and when, on the other hand, It was faced with more and more legislation which seemed contrary to the spirit of the Constitution. It clutched at that straw and interpreted the procedural as a substantive rule. The due process clauses of the 5th and 14th Amendments were the only ones in the Constitution that mentioned property. During the next 50 years, they thus became the foundation on which the court built a body of law concerning not only individual liberties, but government control of economic life, including the use of police power and of taxation. The enduring significance of the American contribution to the ideal of freedom under the law lies not merely in the practical devices it invented, the written Constitution, judicial review, the Bill of Rights, but in the principle it established, that government must be limited not merely by the will of the people expressed through their representatives, but by general principles that bind the representatives themselves. This principle, which the Americans drew from the English tradition of the rule of law and developed into a new form of constitutionalism, has become the foundation upon which all subsequent attempts to secure individual liberty have been built. The American experiment showed that it was possible to create a framework of government within which individuals could be free not merely from the arbitrary will of particular rulers, but from the arbitrary will of temporary majorities as well. Quote, "The government of the United States has been emphatically termed a government of laws and not of men. It will certainly cease to deserve this high appellation if the laws furnish no remedy for the violation of a vested legal right. The powers of the legislature are defined and limited, and that those limits may not be mistaken or forgotten. The Constitution is written." Chief Justice John Marshall, Marbury versus Madison. Quote, "If the court of last resort is to be made to respond to a prevalent sentiment of a current hour, politically imposed, that court must ultimately become subservient to the pressure of public opinion of the hour, which might at the moment embrace mob passion abhorrent to a more calm, lasting consideration. No finer or more durable philosophy of free government is to be found in all the writings and practices of great statesmen than may be found in the decisions of the Supreme Court when dealing with great problems of free government touching human rights." Senate Judiciary Committee Report, 1937-inch. Liberalism and Administration. The Rechtsstaat, ch. 13. The continental European liberal movement confronted a problem that the Americans and the English had not faced in the same way. 200 years of absolute government had built a powerful centralized administrative machinery, a body of professional administrators who had become the main rulers of the people and who concerned themselves much more with the welfare and needs of the people than the limited government of the Anglo-Saxon world either could or was expected to do. Thus, the continental liberals, at an early stage of their movement, had to face problems that in England and America appeared only much later and so gradually that there was little occasion for systematic discussion. The concept that emerged, the Rechtsstaat, or constitutional state, represented the most systematic attempt to adapt the old ideal of the rule of law to the conditions of the modern administrative state. Rechtsstaat, a state in which the manner and method of achieving governmental purposes, not their content or aim, is defined by law, where the citizen is apprised of any changes in the purpose or conditions of every law not by virtue of the arbitrary commands of a higher power, but only through laws equally applicable to all. The concept, developed principally in 19th century Germany, was the continental liberals' answer to the question of how to restrain an administrative apparatus that had grown far more powerful than anything the English or Americans had known. Nullum crimen, nulla pena sine leg. The principle that no one may be punished except in virtue of a law passed and promulgated before the offense. First formally incorporated into the Austrian Penal Code of 1787 and subsequently embodied in the majority of continental codes. It was one of the most important explicit formulations of the rule of law to emerge from the codification movement. Justicialism, the early German conception of the Rechtsstaat, according to which the control of the lawfulness of administrative acts should be entrusted to the ordinary courts, soon superseded by a different conception advanced by Rudolf von Neist, which established separate administrative courts as a distinct institutional safeguard. The great aim of the movement against arbitrary power was, from the beginning, the establishment of the rule of law. Even Rousseau, who became the main source of a different and opposed tradition, felt that the great problem in politics, that I compare to squaring the circle in geometry, is to find a form of government which places the law above men. His ambivalent concept of the general will also led to important elaborations on the conception of the rule of law. When I say that the object of laws is always general, I mean that the law always considers the subject in the round and actions in the abstract, and never any individual man or one particular action. The Revolution of 1789 was therefore universally welcomed, to quote Michelet's memorable phrase, as l'événement de la loi. In Prussia, where the movement began, the rule of enlightened despotism of the 18th century had been surprisingly modern. Indeed, one might say almost liberal, so far as legal and administrative principles were concerned. Frederick II described himself as the first servant of the state, and a famous anecdote. The miller who answered the king's threat with, "We still have courts of justice in Prussia," suggests limits to kingly power which at the time probably existed in no other country on the continent. The tradition was greatly strengthened by the influence of Kant, whose categorical imperative, the rule that man should always act only on that maxim, whereby thou canst at the same time, that it should become universal law, was in fact an extension to the general field of ethics of the basic idea underlying the rule of law. Humboldt's extraordinary essay on the sphere and duties of government gave currency to the much-used phrase, the certainty of legal freedom, and represented the enforcement of the law as the only legitimate function of the state. The most distinctive contribution of 18th century Prussia to the realization of the rule of law lay, however, in the field of the control of public administration. While in France, the literal application of the ideal of the separation of powers had led to an exemption of administrative action from judicial control, the Prussian development proceeded in the opposite direction. The guiding ideal was that all exercise of administrative power over the person or property of the citizen should be made subject to judicial review. A law of 1797, applied to the new eastern provinces, went so far as to subject all disputes between the administrative authorities and private citizens to the jurisdiction of the ordinary courts. This was to provide one of the chief prototypes in the discussion on the Rechtsstaat during the next 80 years. Yet the hope that the achievement of constitutional monarchy would effectively realize the ideal was soon disappointed. As one German historian noted, the Constitution had been given, the Rechtsstaat proclaimed, in fact the police state continued. Who was to be the guardian of public law and its individualistic principle of fundamental rights? Nobody else than that very administration against whose drive for expansion and activity those fundamental laws had been meant to protect. The final solution took the form of separate administrative courts, designed to be completely independent judicial bodies concerned exclusively with questions of law. To the men who devised the system, especially to its main architect Rudolf von Neist, this creation appeared as the crowning piece of the Rechtsstaat. The fact that there were still left open a large number of loopholes for what in effect were arbitrary administrative decisions appeared merely as minor and temporary defects, made inevitable by the then existing conditions. The completion of the structure designed to serve the ideal of the rule of law more or less coincided with the abandonment of the ideal. Just as the new device was introduced, there commenced a major reversal of intellectual trends. The conceptions of liberalism, with the Rechtsstaat as its main goal, were abandoned. It was in the 1870s and 1880s, when that system of administrative courts received its final shape, that the new movement toward state socialism and the welfare state began to gather force. There was little willingness to implement the conception of limited government by gradually legislating away the discretionary powers still possessed by the administration. The tendency now was to widen those loopholes by explicitly exempting from judicial review the discretionary powers required by the new tasks of government. Thus, the German achievement proved to be more considerable in theory than in practice. But its significance must not be underrated. The Germans were the last people that the liberal tide reached before it began to recede, and they were the ones who most systematically explored and digested all the experience of the West and deliberately applied its lessons to the problems of the modern administrative state. The codification movement, which began with Frederick II's Civil Code of 1751 and reached its best-known results in the Napoleonic Codes of 1800 to 1810, must be regarded as one of the most important aspects of the Continental endeavor to establish the rule of law. The formal recognition of principles such as nullum crimen, nulla poena sine leg, first incorporated into the Austrian Penal Code of 1787 and subsequently embodied in the majority of continental codes, represented explicit formulations of ideas that the common law tradition had developed more gradually. Yet the possession of even the most perfectly drawn-up legal code does not ensure that certainty which the rule of law demands, for it provides no substitute for a deeply rooted tradition. There seems to exist at least a prima facie conflict between the ideal of the rule of law and a system of case law. The explicit recognition that jurisdiction as well as legislation is the source of law tends to obscure the distinction between the creation and the application of law, and the much-praised flexibility of the common law may also mean less resistance to the tendencies undermining it. Two different arguments were advanced for keeping ordinary jurisdiction and the control of administrative action separate, and though both contributed to the establishment of administrative courts in Germany, they aim at quite different and even incompatible ends. The first is that the kind of problems raised by disputes over administrative acts requires a knowledge both of branches of law and of fact which the ordinary judge, trained mainly in private or criminal law, cannot be expected to possess. This is a strong argument, but it does not support a greater separation than often exists between courts dealing with matters of private law, commercial law, and criminal law respectively. The second argument is altogether different, that disputes about the lawfulness of an administrative act cannot be decided on as a pure matter of law, since they always involve issues of governmental policy or expediency. Courts established on this ground will always be concerned with the aims of the government of the moment and cannot be fully independent. Their purpose will be not so much to protect the individual as to make sure that subordinate agencies carry out the will of the government. It was in this atmosphere that A.V. Dicey, in a work that has become a classic, restated the traditional conception of the rule of law in a manner that governed all later discussion. The picture he drew was, however, somewhat misleading. Starting from the accepted proposition that the rule of law prevailed only imperfectly on the continent, and perceiving that this was somehow connected with the fact that administrative coercion was still in a great measure exempt from judicial review, he made the possibility of a review of administrative acts by the ordinary courts his chief test. He appears to have known only the French system of administrative jurisdiction and to have been practically ignorant of German developments. The fundamental mistake of Dicey, so fundamental that it is difficult to understand or excuse in a writer of his eminence, has had the most unfortunate consequences. The very idea of separate administrative courts, and even the term administrative law, came to be regarded in England as the denial of the rule of law. Thus, by his attempt to vindicate the rule of law as he saw it, Dicey in effect blocked the development which would have offered the best chance of preserving it. Even immediately preceding the First World War, when the political structure of the continental and the Anglo-Saxon countries had become most similar, an Englishman or an American who observed the daily practice in France or Germany would still feel that the situation was very far from reflecting the rule of law. The differences between the powers and the conduct of the police in London and those in Berlin seemed nearly as great as ever. Yet it is the power of the professional administrator that is now the main threat to individual liberty, and the institutions developed in Germany for the purpose of keeping him in check deserve more careful examination than they have been given. The conception of the Rechtsstaat which they developed is the direct result of the old ideal of the rule of law, where an elaborate administrative apparatus rather than a monarch or a legislature was the chief agency to be restrained. The distinction between substantive and formal law, which one of the earliest German theorists, Paul Acacius-Pfizer, pointed out, illuminates the fundamental tension at the heart of the continental project. A substantive law is one which aims at particular results, while a formal law merely prescribes the manner in which governmental power may be exercised. The ideal of the Rechtsstaat requires that the government be limited not only in its aims, but in the methods it employs, so that the citizen may know in advance what the law allows and what it forbids. This formal conception, which Stahl captured so precisely in defining the Rechtsstaat as a state that should exactly and irrevocably determine and secure the directions and the limits of its activity and the free sphere of the citizen, and not enforce on its own behalf or directly any moral ideas beyond the sphere of law, represents the most refined articulation of the rule of law principle. Yet it was precisely this formal character that made the concept vulnerable to those who wish to use the power of the state for substantive purposes. For if the state is to pursue only formal aims, it can scarcely claim the moral authority that substantivists believe necessary to realize the good society. Quote, "How can there be a definite limit to the supreme power if an indefinite general happiness, left to its judgment, is to be its aim? Are the princes to be the fathers of the people, however great be the danger that they will also become its despots?" Geha von Belk. Quote, "The state should be a state of law. This is the watchword and, in truth, also the tendency of recent times. It should exactly and irrevocably determine and secure the directions and the limits of its activity and the free sphere of the citizen, and not enforce on its own behalf or directly any moral ideas beyond the sphere of law." Friedrich Julius Stahl. The Safeguards of Individual Liberty, ch. 14. This chapter attempts to pull together the various historical strands and to state systematically the essential conditions of liberty under the law. Mankind has learned from long and painful experience that the law of liberty must possess certain attributes. The first point that must be stressed is that, because the rule of law means that government must never coerce an individual except in the enforcement of a known rule, it constitutes a limitation on the powers of all government, including the powers of the legislature. The rule of law is not merely the requirement of legality in all government action. For if a law gave the government unlimited power to act as it pleased, all its actions would be legal, but it would certainly not be under the rule of law. The rule of law is also more than constitutionalism. It requires that all laws conform to certain principles. Generality. The fundamental requirement that laws be abstract rules referring to yet unknown cases and containing no references to particular persons, places, or objects. This is the characteristic that distinguishes laws in the substantive sense from mere commands, and that makes it possible for individuals to plan their actions with confidence. Prospectivity, the principle that laws must always be prospective, never retrospective, in their effect. A metalegal rule that must be observed if the rule of law is to remain effective, and one which serves as an important safeguard against the abuse of legislative power. Certainty, the quality of a law that allows decisions of the courts to be predicted. Not that all the rules which determine them can be stated in words, but that there are rules which, though they can never be put into explicit form, lead to consistent and predictable decisions and are known to those whom they guide as manifestations of a sense of justice. The second chief attribute of true law is that it be known and certain. The importance of the certainty of the law for the smooth and efficient running of a free society can hardly be exaggerated. There is probably no single factor which has contributed more to the prosperity of the West than the relative certainty of the law which has prevailed there. The essential point is that the decisions of the courts can be predicted, not that all the rules which determine them can be stated in words. To insist that the actions of the courts be in accordance with pre-existing rules is not to insist that all these rules be explicit. Many of the general principles on which the conclusions depend will be only implicit in the body of formulated law and will have to be discovered by the courts. But this is not a peculiarity of legal reasoning. Probably all generalizations that we can formulate depend on still higher generalizations, which we do not explicitly know, but which nevertheless govern the working of our minds. The third requirement is equality. That any law should apply equally to all means more than that it should be general in the sense we have defined. The ideal of equality of the law is aimed at equally improving the chances of yet unknown people, but is incompatible with benefiting or harming known persons in a predictable manner. It is sometimes said that the law must also be just, But so far as its compatibility with a reign of freedom is concerned, we have no test for a law that confines itself to regulating the relations between different persons and does not interfere with the purely private concerns of an individual, other than its generality and equality. It is true that such a law may be bad and unjust, but its general and abstract formulation reduces this danger to a minimum. The protective character of the law, its very raison d'etre, are to be found in its generality. If it is often not recognized that general and equal laws provide the most effective protection against infringement of individual liberty, this is due mainly to the habit of tacitly exempting the state and its agents from them. The ideal of the rule of law requires that the state either enforce the law upon others, and that this be its only monopoly, or act under the same law, and therefore be limited in the same manner as any private person. The separation of powers, at least in the sense that the laying down of new general rules and their application to particular cases must be performed by different persons or bodies, must be regarded as an integral part of the rule of law. Rules must not be made with particular cases in mind, nor must particular cases be decided in the light of anything but the general rule. This requires independent judges who are not concerned with any temporary ends of government. The crucial issue in modern times is the legal limit of administrative discretion. The rule of law means that the administrative authorities should have no discretionary powers with respect to the private citizen and his property, that the private citizen should not be an object of administration, not a means to be used for government's purposes. In all instances where administrative action interferes with the private sphere of the individual, the courts must have the power to decide not only whether a particular action was infra vires or ultra vires, but whether the substance of the administrative decision was such as the law demanded. Bills of rights serve an important function in impressing upon the public mind the value of individual rights and making them part of a political creed which the people will defend even when they do not fully understand its significance. But no list of protected rights can be regarded as exhaustive. In an age of radio and television, the problem of free access to information is no longer a problem of the freedom of the press. In an age when drugs or psychological techniques can be used to control a person's actions, the problem of free control over one's body is no longer a matter of protection against physical restraint. The greatest threats to human freedom probably still lie in the future. Yet in the last resort, these legal guarantees are no more than part of the safeguards which constitutionalism provides, and they cannot give greater security against legislative infringements of liberty than the constitutions themselves. The only safeguard against this is clear awareness of the dangers on the part of public opinion, for no institutional arrangement, however carefully designed, can long preserve freedom if the people who live under it do not understand and value what it protects. The chapter concludes by noting that procedural safeguards, habeas corpus, trial by jury, and the like, presuppose for their effectiveness the acceptance of the rule of law as here defined, and that, without it, all procedural safeguards would be valueless. It is probably the reverence for these procedural safeguards that has enabled the English-speaking world to preserve the medieval conception of the rule of law. Yet this is no proof that liberty will be preserved if the basic belief in the existence of abstract rules of law, which bind all authority in their action, is shaken. Judicial forms are intended to ensure that decisions will be made according to rules and not according to the relative desirability of particular ends or values. They are designed to make the law prevail, but they are powerless to protect justice where the law deliberately leaves the decision to the discretion of authority. A fundamental distinction must be drawn between the general rules which the legislature lays down for the private individual and the instructions which the state issues to its servants concerning the manner in which they are to direct the apparatus of government and the means which are at their disposal. The great majority of the so-called laws are rather instructions issued by the state to its servants. Today it is everywhere the task of the same legislature to direct the use of these means and to lay down the rules which the ordinary citizen must observe. This, though the established practice, is not a necessary state of affairs. It might be desirable to prevent the two types of decisions from being confused by entrusting the task of laying down general rules and the task of issuing orders to the administration to distinct representative bodies, and by subjecting their decisions to independent judicial review, so that neither will overstep its bounds. Though we may wish both kinds of decisions to be controlled democratically, this need not mean that they should be in the hands of the same assembly. The blurring of this distinction has been one of the most pervasive and damaging tendencies of modern government, for it allows the state to clothe its administrative directives in the garments of law while subjecting them to none of the safeguards that the rule of law demands. What distinguishes a free from an unfree society is that in the former each individual has a recognized private sphere clearly distinct from the public sphere, and the private individual cannot be ordered about, but is expected to obey only the rules which are equally applicable to all. It used to be the boast of free men that, so long as they kept within the bounds of the known law, there was no need to ask anybody's permission or to obey anybody's orders. It is doubtful whether any of us can make this claim today. The present arrangements help to obscure the fact that, though government has to administer means which have been put at its disposal, including the services of all those whom it has hired to carry out its instructions, this does not mean that it should similarly administer the efforts of private citizens. The general, abstract rules which are laws in the substantive sense are essentially long-term measures, referring to yet unknown cases and containing no references to particular persons, places, or objects, and such laws must always be prospective, never retrospective, in their effect, which is a metalegal rule that must be observed if the rule of law is to remain effective. Quote, "It is emphatically the province and duty of the judicial department to say what the law is. Those who apply the rule to particular cases must of necessity expound and interpret that rule." Chief Justice John Marshall. Quote, "Where coercion is to be used only in accordance with general rules, the justification of every particular act of coercion must derive from such a rule. To ensure this, there must be some authority which is concerned only with the rules and not with any temporary aims of government, and which has the right to say not only whether another authority had the right to act as it did, but whether what it did was required by the law." Economic Policy and the Rule of Law, ch. 15. The classical argument for freedom in economic affairs rests on the tacit postulate that the rule of law should govern policy in this as in all other spheres. We cannot understand the nature of the opposition of men like Adam Smith or John Stuart Mill to government intervention unless we see it against this background. Freedom of economic activity had meant freedom under the law, not the absence of all government action. The interference or intervention, which those writers opposed as a matter of principle therefore, meant only the infringement of that private sphere which the general rules of law were intended to protect. They did not mean that government should never concern itself with any economic matters, but they did mean that there were certain kinds of governmental measures which should be precluded on principle and which could not be justified on any grounds of expediency. The important criterion was not the aim pursued, but the method employed. It is the character rather than the volume of government activity that is important. A functioning market economy presupposes certain activities on the part of the state. There are some other such activities by which its functioning will be assisted, and it can tolerate many more, provided that they are of the kind which is compatible with a functioning market. But there are those which run counter to the very principle on which a free system rests, and which must therefore be altogether excluded if such a system is to work. In consequence, a government that is comparatively inactive but does the wrong things may do much more to cripple the forces of a market economy than one that is more concerned with economic affairs but confines itself to actions which assist the spontaneous forces of the economy. The rule of law provides the criterion which enables us to distinguish between those measures which are and those which are not compatible with a free system, those that are may be examined further on the grounds of expediency. Many such measures will, of course, still be undesirable or even harmful, but those that are not must be rejected even if they provide an effective, or perhaps the only effective, means to a desirable end. The observation of the rule of law is a necessary, but not yet a sufficient, condition for the satisfactory working of a free economy. The important point is that all coercive action of government must be unambiguously determined by a permanent legal framework, which makes it possible to foresee with fair certainty how the authority will use its coercive powers in given circumstances, and to plan one's individual affairs accordingly. Dirigisme, a policy which determines for what specific purposes particular means are to be used. The French term for the kind of interventionist government action that cannot be achieved within the limits of the rule of law, since it requires discriminatory decisions about the allocation of resources that general rules cannot provide. Distributive justice, the attempt to ensure that individuals are rewarded according to some conception of merit or desert, rather than according to the value that their services have for their fellows, a goal that is fundamentally incompatible with the rule of law, since it requires an allocation of all resources by a central authority that must, by its nature, discriminate between persons. The most important measures excluded in principle by the rule of law are decisions as to who is to be allowed to provide different services or commodities, at what prices or in what quantities. In other words, measures designed to control the access to different trades and occupations, the terms of sale, and the amounts to be produced or sold. So far as the entry into different occupations is concerned, the restriction of coercion to the enforcement of general rules requires that anyone possessing the necessary qualifications have an enforceable claim to permission, and that the grant depend only on his satisfying the conditions laid down as a general rule, and not on any particular circumstances, which would have to be determined by the discretion of the licensing authority. All direct control of prices by government is irreconcilable with a functioning free system, whether the government actually fixes prices or merely lays down rules by which the permissible prices are to be determined. Appropriate prices depend on circumstances which are constantly changing and must be continually adjusted to them. Prices which are not fixed outright, but determined by some rule, will not be the same for all sellers and, for this reason, will prevent the market from functioning. With prices different from those that would form on a free market, demand and supply will not be equal. And if the price control is to be effective, some method must be found for deciding who is to be allowed to buy or sell. And this would necessarily be discretionary and must consist of ad hoc decisions that discriminate between persons on essentially arbitrary grounds. Price controls can be made effective only by quantitative controls, by decisions on the part of authority as to how much particular persons or firms are to be allowed to buy or sell. To grant such powers to authority means in effect to give it power arbitrarily to determine what is to be produced, by whom, and for whom. The chapter concludes by noting that the range and variety of government action that is, at least in principle, reconcilable with a free system is considerable. The old formulae of laissez-faire or non-intervention do not provide an adequate criterion for distinguishing between what is and what is not admissible in a free system. There is ample scope for experimentation and improvement within that permanent legal framework, which makes it possible for a free society to operate most efficiently. But the pursuit of distributive justice, the desire to correct the distribution of incomes so as to make it more just, will in practice find itself obstructed at every move by the rule of law. Those who pursue distributive justice must, from the very nature of their aim, favor discriminatory and discretionary action. The ultimate result of their efforts will necessarily be not a modification of the existing order, but its complete abandonment and its replacement by an altogether different system, the command economy. Quote, "The House of Representatives can make no law which will not have its full operation on themselves and their friends, as well as the great mass of the society. This circumstance has always been deemed one of the strongest bonds by which human policy can connect the rulers and the people together. It creates between them that communion of interest and sympathy of sentiments, of which few governments have furnished examples, but without which every government degenerates into tyranny." James Madison, The Decline of the Law, ch. 16. The assault upon the rule of law did not arrive as a frontal attack upon a living tradition. It crept in under the banner of progressive legal thought, nurtured by doctrines that had been forming for decades before their practical consequences became manifest. It was in Germany, where the theory of the Rechtsstaat had been carried furthest, that the intellectual counter-revolution first gathered strength, and it was from there that the most influential of the subversive doctrines spread to the rest of the world. The interval between the consolidation of liberal institutions and their systematic dismantlement proved disturbingly short, and the political unification of Germany, achieved by deliberate design rather than evolutionary growth, had itself fostered the conviction that society might be remade according to a rational blueprint. For chief intellectual movements converged to erode the foundations of legal liberty. The first, and most consequential, was legal positivism in its purest form, which held that law was simply the command of a sovereign and that no standard of justice could be invoked to test the validity of a duly enacted statute. Closely allied were historicism, which denied the possibility of universal principles applicable across epochs. The free law school, which sought to liberate the judge from the constraint of fixed rules in favor of an undefined sense of justice, and the jurisprudence of interest, which proposed to replace the application of general rules with a direct assessment of the competing interests in each concrete case. Though these schools differed in important respects, they shared a common hostility to the subordination of governmental power to rules of general application, and together they furnished the theoretical arsenal from which the enemies of legal restraint would draw. The demand that government enforce not merely formal, but substantive justice, the distribution of particular advantages according to a conception of social merit, had been advanced recurrently since the French Revolution, but it was the convergence of these intellectual trends with the ambitions of the welfare state that gave it decisive force. The celebrated scoff at the majestic equality of the law that forbids the rich as well as the poor to sleep under bridges captured a sentiment that, however superficially appealing, struck at the very basis of impartial justice. If the law is to be judged not by its generality and predictability, but by the particular outcomes it produces, then every act of government becomes a candidate for legal challenge, and the distinction between law and administrative discretion dissolves entirely. In this manner, what began as a critique of formalism became a license for unlimited state power. The transformation of the Rechtsstaat from a substantive ideal into a purely formal concept was not merely an academic exercise. It had immediate and devastating practical consequences. In Germany, where the theory had been carried furthest, the substantive Rechtsstaat had required that the rules of law possess definite properties: generality, certainty, prospectivity, and that the state's coercive power be limited to the enforcement of such rules. The formal Rechtsstaat, by contrast, demanded only that all state action be authorized by the legislature, regardless of its content or purpose. This shift meant that a statute which authorized the most arbitrary and discriminatory measures could still be considered law in the formal sense, provided it had been duly enacted. The consequences were not lost on contemporary observers. As one German administrative law professor declared shortly before the First World War, "We have returned to the principles of the police state to such an extent that we again recognize the idea of a Kulturstaat. The only difference is in the means. On the basis of laws, the modern state permits itself everything, much more than the police state did." The free law school and the jurisprudence of interest reinforced this erosion from a different direction. Where legal positivism attacked the substance of the rule of law, these schools attacked its procedural safeguards. The free law theorists, who sought to liberate the judge for the constraint of fixed rules in favor of an undefined sense of justice, effectively invited the very arbitrariness that the rule of law was designed to prevent. When judges are encouraged to decide cases not according to known principles, but according to their own evolving sense of what is right in the particular circumstances, the distinction between law and administration dissolves. The jurisprudence of interest, with its insistence that judges should assess the competing interests at stake in each concrete case, rather than applying general rules, carried the same implications. Both schools shared a common disdain for the mechanical application of rules and a common belief that the complexity of modern life required a more flexible, expert-directed approach to legal decision-making. The result was to transform the judge from an impartial guardian of general rules into an agent of social policy. Historicism contributed to this same outcome through a different intellectual pathway. by denying the possibility of universal principles applicable across epochs, and insisting that each historical period must develop its own appropriate institutions. Historicism undermined the very idea of a rule of law that could transcend the particular circumstances of any given society. If there are no permanent principles of justice, then the rule of law becomes merely one among many possible legal arrangements, and its abandonment in favor of administrative discretion ceases to be a matter of principle. The historicists claim that we can transcend our inherited limitations and redesign institutions to suit our times was particularly dangerous, for it suggested that the accumulated wisdom embodied in traditional legal forms was nothing more than a relic of a bygone era. In this respect, historicism provided the intellectual warrant for the conviction that the old principles of limited government have been superseded by a more scientific understanding of the role of the state. These intellectual currents converged with devastating effect in the political crises of the interwar period. By the 1920s, legal positivism had so completely conquered Germany that to be found guilty of adherence to natural law theories was a kind of social disgrace. The practical consequences were already visible. Administrative authorities acquired ever wider discretionary powers. The courts were progressively deprived of their traditional role as guardians of individual rights, and the distinction between law and administration became a matter of academic pedantry rather than practical significance. When a National Socialist revolution came, it found the theoretical groundwork already laid. The positivist doctrine that the state must not be bound by law, the free law school's insistence on judicial discretion, and historicism's denial of universal principles had together created an intellectual climate in which the total subordination of law to power could be presented as a natural and even progressive development. The lesson is clear. The erosion of the rule of law proceeds not by frontal attack, but by the slow accumulation of doctrines that, though ostensibly concerned with improving the legal system, in fact deprive it of its essential character. Legal positivism, the doctrine that law is the command of a recognized sovereign, carrying no implication of justice or morality, and that any duly enacted statute is law, regardless of its content. Substantive justice, the claim that equality before the law is insufficient and that government must actively redistribute goods according to a conception of social desert, thereby replacing general rules with particular commands. Administrative absolutism, the condition that arises when courts are deprived of the power to review executive action, leaving the citizen without recourse against arbitrary administrative decisions. The Russian experience revealed the logical terminus of these doctrines with a clarity that Western socialists, seeking to combine the advantages of both systems, could never match. Soviet jurists frankly acknowledged that their program was the replacement of law by administration. The center of gravity was shifting more and more from the passing of general norms to individual decisions and instructions which regulate, assist, and coordinate activities of administration. The communist theorist Pashukanis stated the matter with brutal candor. As, in a socialist community, there was no scope for autonomous private legal relations, but only for regulation in the interest of the community, all law was converted into administration, all fixed rules into discretion and utility. When the president of the Soviet Supreme Court declared that communism means not the victory of socialist law, but the victory of socialism over any law, since with the abolition of classes with antagonistic interests, law will disappear altogether, he was merely spelling out the implications that Western admirers of the planned economy preferred to leave unexamined. In England, the erosion proceeded more cautiously, shielded by the entrenched prestige of common law traditions. Dicey observed as early as 1915 that the ancient veneration for the rule of law has in England suffered during the last 30 years a marked decline, though the warning attracted little notice. When Lord Justice Hewart published The New Despotism in 1929, documenting how far administrative practice had departed from the rule of law, the book was treated as a mere reactionary pamphlet, despite the fact that a generation later, even socialist authors would adopt its language of alarm. In the United States, the assault took a distinctive form through the public administration movement, which skillfully enlisted the prestige of efficiency and scientific management to undermine constitutional restraints. The experts in administration, characteristically antagonistic to both law and economics, popularized the idea that liberty meant not the absence of arbitrary coercion, but the satisfaction of material wants, a conception that dissolved the distinction between a free society and one organized for the comfort of its inhabitants. The cumulative effect of these developments was already visible in the 1930s. In both England and America, committees of inquiry, the British Committee on Ministers' Powers and the American Attorney General's Committee on Administrative Procedure, were appointed to examine the growing realm of administrative discretion. Yet, as Roscoe Pound observed, the American Committee's majority report represented a movement in the line of administrative absolutism, which is a phase of the rising absolutism throughout the world, a setting in which ideas of the disappearance of law and the subordination of individual rights to official convenience were treated as natural and irreversible. It is in this context that the Franks Report of 1957 in Britain, while reaffirming the basic distinction between what is judicial and what is arbitrary, could acknowledge only partial remedies for a problem that had been allowed to develop virtually unchecked for 2 generations. Yet there are clear signs of reaction, most conspicuously in the countries that suffered the experience of totalitarian government and thereby learned, at terrible cost, the consequences of relaxing the constraints upon state power. The distinguished socialist legal philosopher Gustav Radbruch, who had earlier dismissed the safeguards of individual liberty as outmoded, confessed in one of his last works that the socialist philosophers, who for a considerable period have been among the most consistent opponents of the Rechtsstaat and of liberal ideas, have now, after the rise of the totalitarian state, been converted to these ideas with a fervor that has not infrequently become fanatical. The International Commission of Jurists, in its Act of Athens adopted in 1955, solemnly reasserted the principle that the state is subject to the law. Whether these reassertions will prove more than rhetorical gestures depends upon whether men are prepared to uphold the rule of law even when it stands in the way of aims they consider pressing, a resolution that cannot be taken for granted in any age. Quote, "Communism means not the victory of socialist law, but the victory of socialism over any law, since with the abolition of classes with antagonistic interests, law will disappear altogether." Quote, "As, in a socialist community, there was no scope for autonomous private legal relations, but only for regulation in the interest of the community, all law was converted into administration, all fixed rules into discretion and utility." Part 3. Freedom in the Welfare State. The Decline of Socialism and the Rise of the Welfare State, ch. 17. For roughly a century, social reform across the Western world drew its intellectual energy from the ideals of socialism. By the middle of the 20th century, even nations such as the United States, which had never harbored a socialist party of consequence, found their political imagination shaped by socialist assumptions. The high tide of this development appeared to arrive with Britain's post-war experiment in nationalization. Yet this very moment marked the crest of a wave that was already receding. Future historians are likely to regard the century stretching from 1848 to 1948 as the age of European socialism, during which the doctrine possessed both a fairly precise meaning and a definite program. The common ownership of the means of production, distribution, and exchange, so that all economic activity might be directed by comprehensive planning toward an ideal of social justice. The great reversal of the past decade is that socialism in this strict sense has collapsed. It has not merely lost its intellectual appeal. It has been abandoned by the masses so unmistakably that socialist parties everywhere have been compelled to search for new programs. They have not renounced their ultimate vision of social justice, but the methods for which the name socialism was coined have been discredited. The reasons for this disillusionment are manifold. For Marxism, the example of Russia proved decisive. What had occurred there was recognized as the necessary outcome of the systematic application of the traditional socialist program. But the broader loss of faith in socialism rested on more direct experience. 3 factors stand out. The increasing recognition that socialist organization of production would prove far less productive than private enterprise. The discovery that, far from producing greater social justice, it would impose a new and more inescapable order of rank, and the realization that, instead of the promised greater freedom, it would bring a new despotism. What emerged in the wake of this collapse was the welfare state, a term that does not describe a definite system, but rather a conglomerate of diverse and even contradictory elements. Some of its aims can be realized without detriment to individual liberty, though not necessarily by the methods that seem most obvious. Others can be achieved to a certain extent, but only at a cost much greater than people imagine. And still others, particularly those dear to the socialist heart, cannot be realized in any society that wishes to preserve personal freedom. The crucial distinction that must be drawn is between two conceptions of security: a limited security, which can be assured for all, the security of an equal minimum income, and an absolute security, which in a free society cannot be provided for all, and which implies the assurance of a particular income judged to be what a person deserves. The transition from doctrinaire socialism to the welfare state was not merely a change of political tactics, but a profound intellectual retreat forced by the accumulating evidence of socialism's practical failures. In Britain, the post-war Labour government's experience with nationalization demonstrated with particular clarity that the transfer of enterprises from private to public ownership did not produce the efficiencies or the social harmony that socialist theory had promised. Instead, it generated a vast bureaucratic apparatus that was, as one of the Labour Party's own intellectuals later confessed, a grave potential threat to social democracy. The Gungrun unions, which had been among the most enthusiastic supporters of nationalization, discovered that when they had to deal with the state instead of private employers, their bargaining power was greatly reduced. The worker confronted not a particular employer, but the anonymous authority of the entire state. This experience, replicated across Western Europe, taught a lesson that no amount of theoretical argument could have conveyed as effectively: that the concentration of economic power in the hands of the state, however democratic its form, could be as oppressive, and in some respects more oppressive, than the fin son of private ownership it replaced. What emerged in the wake of this disillusionment was not a rejection of the idea that government should concern itself with the welfare of its citizens, but rather a shift in the perceived means by which that welfare could be advanced. The welfare state, as the term came to be used, did not describe a coherent system, but rather a heterogeneous collection of aims and methods, some compatible with individual liberty and others fundamentally at odds with it. The crucial distinction, which the defenders of liberty must draw with great care, is between those activities of government which can be conducted within the framework of the rule of law and those which necessarily involve the exercise of discretionary power over individuals. Public amenities such as parks, libraries, and museums, the provision of a minimum standard of sustenance for those unable to provide for themselves, the collection and dissemination of knowledge. All these can be furnished by government without threatening freedom, provided they are financed by general taxation and administered according to general rules. The danger arises when government seeks not merely to facilitate the attainment of certain standards by individuals, but to guarantee that everyone attains them. For this can only be achieved by depriving individuals of choice and substituting the decisions of authority for the spontaneous outcomes of a free society. Welfare state, a heterogeneous collection of aims, public amenities, social insurance, redistribution, that can be pursued by methods compatible with liberty or by methods inimical to it, depending on whether government relies on general rules or discretionary power. Limited security, the assurance of a minimum standard of sustenance for all, achievable without destroying the incentive structure of a free society. Household state, the condition that arises when government, seeking to guarantee not merely opportunity but particular outcomes, deprives individuals of choice and becomes a paternalistic allocator of income. The chief danger of the welfare state lies in the assumption that once an aim of government is accepted as legitimate, means contrary to the principles of freedom may be legitimately employed to achieve it. The impatient reformer, filled with indignation at a particular evil, will find that nothing short of an all-comprehensive and compulsory scheme will seem adequate. Yet if government is given exclusive and monopolistic powers to remedy a visible evil, the result is typically not only that the promised advantages prove illusory, but that the character of the services becomes entirely different from what it would have been under competitive provision. When citizens can no longer exercise choice in the most important matters of their lives, health, employment, housing, old age, but must accept the decisions of appointed authority, it is no longer experimentation, but the decisions of power that determine what men shall receive. It is sheer illusion to think that when certain needs of the citizen have become the exclusive concern of a single bureaucratic machine, democratic control of that machine can effectively guard the citizen's liberty. All experience confirms that the zeal of administrative agencies to achieve the immediate end they see before them leads them to assume that constitutional limitations and guaranteed individual rights must give way before their efforts. The division of labor between a legislature, which merely pronounces that something should be done, and an administrative apparatus given exclusive power to carry it out, is the most dangerous arrangement possible. Quote, "The greatest dangers to liberty lurk in insidious encroachment by men of zeal, well-meaning but without understanding." Quote, "It is largely because civilization enables us constantly to profit from knowledge which we individually do not possess, and because each individual's use of his particular knowledge may serve to assist others unknown to him in achieving their ends, that men, as members of civilized society, can pursue their individual ends so much more successfully than they could alone." Labor unions and employment, ch. 18. Public policy concerning labor unions has, in little more than a century, moved from one extreme to the other. From a state in which little the unions could do was legal if they were not prohibited altogether, societies have arrived at a condition in which unions have become uniquely privileged institutions to which the general rules of law do not apply. They have become the only important instance in which governments signally fail in their prime function, the prevention of coercion and violence. This reversal was greatly assisted by the fact that unions were at first able to appeal to the general principles of liberty and then retain the support of liberals long after all discrimination against them had ceased and they had acquired exceptional privileges. In few other areas do progressives so little consider the reasonableness of any particular measure, but generally ask only whether it is for or against unions, or, as it is usually put, for or against labor. Most people still support the aspirations of the unions in the belief that they are struggling for freedom of association, when this term has in fact lost its meaning and the real issue has become the freedom of the individual to join or not to join a union. The confusion is due in part to the rapidity with which the character of the problem has changed. In many countries, voluntary associations of workers had only just become legal when they began to use coercion to force unwilling workers into membership and to keep non-members out of employment. The acquisition of privilege has nowhere been as spectacular as in Britain, where the Trade Dispute Act of 1906 conferred upon trade unions a freedom from civil liability for even the most heinous wrong, and in the United States, where the Clayton Act, the Norris-LaGuardia Act, and subsequent judicial decisions created a regime of practical immunity. Everywhere, the legalization of unions was interpreted as a legalization of their main purpose and as recognition of their right to do whatever seemed necessary to achieve monopoly. The chief danger presented by the current development of unionism is that, by establishing effective monopolies in the supply of the different kinds of labor, the unions will prevent competition from acting as an effective regulator of the allocation of all resources. The effect on relative wages is usually greater uniformity and rigidity of wages within any one union-controlled group and greater and non-functional differences in wages between different groups. Because unions are most powerful where capital investments are heaviest, they tend to become a deterrent to investment, presently probably second only to taxation. The accidental differences in union power of the different trades and industries produce not only gross inequalities in remuneration among workers, which have no economic justification, but uneconomic disparities in the development of different industries. The transformation of labor unions from persecuted organizations into uniquely privileged institutions represents one of the most dramatic reversals in the history of liberal institutions. In the early 19th century, when workers first began to form associations for mutual aid and collective bargaining, they were treated as criminal conspiracies. In Britain, the Combination Acts of 1799 and 1800 made such organizations illegal, and similar prohibitions existed in most other industrialist countries. The gradual repeal of these prohibitions in the course of the 19th century was achieved in the name of the same principles of free association and contract that underlay the liberal program. Yet within a remarkably short time after winning legal recognition, unions had acquired privileges that would not have been tolerated for any other private organization. The Trade Disputes Act of 1906 in Britain, which conferred upon trade unions a freedom from civil liability for even the most heinous wrong, marked a decisive turning point. In the United States, the Clayton Act of 1914, the Norris-LaGuardia Act of 1932, and subsequent judicial decisions created a regime of practical immunity that placed unions above the general law. The legal immunities that unions enjoy are not merely exceptions to the ordinary rules of civil liability. They represent a fundamental departure from the principle that all coercion, except in the enforcement of general rules, is illegitimate. When a union is permitted to organize picket lines that effectively prevent non-members from working, when it can impose secondary boycotts that compel unrelated businesses to cease dealing with a targeted employer, when it can secure closed-shop agreements that force all workers in a plant or industry to join the union as a condition of employment, it is exercising powers of coercion that would not be tolerated for any other private purpose. The distinction between legitimate union activity, voluntary association, collective bargaining, the right to strike, and the coercive apparatus that unions have been permitted to deploy is not a matter of degree, but of principle. The former are exercises of individual freedom. The latter are infringements upon it, made possible only by the legal privileges that governments have bestowed upon unions in the name of solidarity and social justice. The economic consequences of these privileges are both pervasive and pernicious. By establishing effective monopolies in the supply of different kinds of labor, unions prevent competition from performing its essential function of allocating resources to their most productive uses. The result is not merely a distortion of the wage structure, with artificially high wages in unionized sectors and correspondingly lower wages elsewhere, but a misallocation of investment and talent across the economy as a whole. Industries where union power is greatest become disproportionately expensive, driving capital and entrepreneurship toward less organized sectors. Skilled workers are trapped in less productive occupations because union restrictions prevent them from moving to where their talents would be most valued. The accidental differences in union power among different trades and industries produce not only gross inequalities in remuneration that have no economic justification, but also uneconomic disparities in the development of different industries. Socially important sectors, such as building and transport, are hampered in their development precisely because their character offers unions special opportunities for monopolistic practices. Perhaps the most dangerous aspect of the current development is that the powers unions have acquired tend to undermine the very market mechanism on which a free society depends. If competition becomes ineffective as a regulator of resource allocation, some other means must be found to perform this function. But the only alternative to the market is direction by authority, and authority of this kind cannot be left in the hands of particular unions with sectional interests, nor can it be adequately performed by a unified organization of all labor, which would thereby become not merely the strongest power in the state, but a power completely controlling the state. The paradox is that unions, in pursuing what they conceive to be the interests of their members, are thereby producing the very system of overall socialist planning that few unions want and that would, if established, destroy the economic freedom on which the prosperity of the working class ultimately depends. The remedy is not the suppression of unions, but the restoration of the rule of law. The removal of the legal privileges that enable unions to coerce fellow workers and to distort the market, and the reassertion of the principle that all organizations, whatever their purpose, must be subject to the same general rules that govern the conduct of individuals. Closed shop, a contract and restraint of trade whereby all workers in a plant or industry must join the union, maintained not by voluntary agreement, but by the coercive machinery of picketing and secondary boycotts. Union security, a euphemism for organizational activities that make membership in effect compulsory, relying on techniques of coercion that would not be tolerated for any other purpose. Collective bargaining, a process that, when freed from coercion, can serve useful functions in reconciling the different interests within a large organization and in establishing wage structures that workers perceive as just. Unions without coercive powers would probably play a useful and important role even in the process of wage determination. There is often a choice to be made between wage increases, on the one hand, and alternative benefits which the employer could provide at the same cost, but which he could provide only if all or most of the workers are willing to accept them. The relative position of the individual on the wage scale is often nearly as important to him as his absolute position. And in any hierarchical organization, it is important that the differentials between remuneration for different jobs and the rules of promotion are felt to be just by the majority. An agreed set of standard terms, available to all who wish to take advantage of them, though not excluding special arrangements in individual cases, seems to be required by the needs of large-scale organizations. The same is true to an even greater extent of all the general problems relating to conditions of work other than individual remuneration. The problem of labor unions constitutes both a good test of our principles and an instructive illustration of the consequences if they are infringed. Having failed in their duty of preventing private coercion, governments are now driven everywhere to exceed their proper function in order to correct the results of that failure, and are thereby led into tasks which they can perform only by being as arbitrary as the unions. So long as the powers that the unions have been allowed to acquire are regarded as unassailable, there is no way to correct the harm done by them, but to give the state even greater arbitrary power of coercion. All that is really needed to remedy the situation is a return to the principles of the rule of law and to their consistent application by legislative and executive authorities. Quote, government, long hostile to other monopolies, suddenly sponsored and promoted widespread labor monopolies, which democracy cannot endure, cannot control without destroying, and perhaps cannot destroy without destroying itself. Quote, there is only one such principle that can preserve a free society, namely, the strict prevention of all coercion except in the enforcement of general abstract rules equally applicable to all. Social Security, ch. 19. In the Western world, some provision for those threatened by the extremes of indigence or starvation due to circumstances beyond their control has long been accepted as a duty of the community. The local arrangements which first supplied this need became inadequate when the growth of large cities and the increased mobility of men dissolved the old neighborhood ties. These services had to be organized nationally and special agencies created to provide them. What we now know as public assistance or relief is merely the old poor law adapted to modern conditions. The necessity of some such arrangement in an industrial society is unquestioned, be it only in the interest of those who require protection against acts of desperation on the part of the needy. It is probably inevitable that this relief should not long be confined to those who themselves have not been able to provide against such needs, and that those who will have a claim to assistance in circumstances for which they could have made provision should be required to make such provision themselves. Once it becomes the recognized duty of the public to provide for the extreme needs of old age, unemployment, sickness, and the like, it seems an obvious corollary to compel people to insure against those common hazards of life. Up to this point, the justification for the whole apparatus of Social Security can probably be accepted by the most consistent defenders of liberty. It is only when the proponents go a step further that crucial issues arise. Even at the beginning stage of social insurance in Germany in the 1880s, individuals were not merely required to make provision against those risks which, if they did not, the state would have to provide for. They were compelled to obtain this protection through a unitary organization run by the government. Social insurance, thus from the beginning, meant not merely compulsory insurance, but compulsory membership in a unitary organization controlled by the state. The chief justification for this decision was the presumed greater efficiency and administrative convenience of such a unified organization. There is an element of truth in this argument, but it is not conclusive. It is probably true that, at any given moment, a unified organization designed by the best experts that authority can select will be the most efficient that can be created, but it is not likely to remain so for long if it is made the only starting point for all future developments. The principle that all sheltered monopolies become inefficient in the course of time applies here as much as elsewhere. The practice of providing out of the public purse for those in great want, in combination with that of compelling people to provide against these wants so that they should not become a burden on the rest, has in the end produced almost everywhere a third and different system, under which people in certain circumstances, such as sickness or old age, are provided for, irrespective of want and irrespective of whether or not they have made provisions for themselves. Under this system, all are provided with that standard of welfare, which it is thought they should enjoy, irrespective of what they can do for themselves, what personal contributions they have made, or what further contribution they are still capable of making. Making these compulsory income transfers a legal right cannot, of course, alter the fact that they can be justified only on the score of special need, and that they are therefore still charity. But this character is usually disguised by giving this right to all or nearly all and simply taking out of the pockets of those who are better off a multiple of what they receive. The evolution of Social Security from modest relief for the destitute into comprehensive compulsory insurance schemes represents a characteristic example of how well-intentioned reforms can, through the logic of their own extension, produce consequences that their original proponents would have found alarming. The early poor laws, whatever their defects, rested on the principle that assistance should be provided only to those who could not provide for themselves, and that the burden of support should fall upon the local community rather than the central state. The transition to national systems of compulsory insurance in the latter half of the 19th century was motivated by the recognition that the growth of large industrial cities and the increased mobility of labor had rendered local arrangements inadequate. Yet the move toward compulsory membership in a unitary state-controlled organization went far beyond what was necessary to remedy this deficiency. The German social insurance schemes introduced by Bismarck in the 1880s established the pattern that would be followed throughout the Western world. Workers and employers were compelled to contribute to a fund from which benefits were paid according to rules laid down by the state, with no provision for alternative arrangements or competitive provision. The chief justification offered for this monopoly organization was the presumed greater efficiency and administrative convenience of a unified system. There is an element of truth in this argument. At any given moment, a single organization designed by the best experts that authority can select will probably be more efficient than any alternative that could be devised. But this advantage is bought at the cost of rigidity and stagnation. The principle that all sheltered monopolies become inefficient in the course of time applies here as much as elsewhere. Without the competitive pressure that would force continuous adaptation and improvement, a state monopoly tends to crystallize its methods and resist innovation. Moreover, the very efficiency that a monopoly may possess at its inception becomes a trap when circumstances change, for the absence of alternative provision means that there is no laboratory in which new and potentially superior methods can be tested. The history of social insurance in most countries confirms this expectation. The system that was introduced as a model of administrative efficiency has become a vast and inflexible bureaucracy, resistant to reform and incapable of adapting to the diverse needs of a changing population. The transformation of social insurance into a system of universal provision irrespective of need represents the final stage in this process of degradation. What began as a measure to compel individuals to provide against the risks of sickness, unemployment, and old age, to prevent them from becoming a burden on the rest of the community, has in most countries become a mechanism for the redistribution of income on a scale that would have horrified its original architects. The device that made this possible was the elimination of the means test, by extending benefits to all citizens regardless of their circumstances and financing these benefits out of general taxation. The system was converted from a form of compulsory insurance into a system of compulsory redistribution. The character of this arrangement as charity was disguised by the fact that everyone received the same benefits. But the effect was to impose upon those who were better off a burden that bore no relation to any benefit they might receive, while providing to those who had not made provision for themselves a reward for their improvidence. The political consequences of this transformation have been profound. Once Social Security benefits are established as a legal right, independent of any demonstration of need, they become a tool of electoral competition in which no politician dares to propose reduction, and every politician has an incentive to promise increase. The result is a ratchet effect in which benefits are continually expanded and the tax burden correspondingly increased, with no effective mechanism for restraining either trend. The old, who constitute an increasingly powerful voting bloc, can always insist that their pensions are inadequate. The sick can always demand more generous treatment. The unemployed can always claim that their benefits are too low. Since there is no objective standard by which to measure the adequacy of these provisions, and since the political process favors those who demand more rather than those who advocate restraint, the system tends to generate ever-increasing demands on the productive resources of the community. The danger is not merely economic, but political. A society in which a large proportion of the population depends directly upon the state for its income is a society in which the state possesses a power of coercion that is difficult to reconcile with the maintenance of individual liberty. Social insurance, compulsory membership in a unitary state-controlled organization, justified on grounds of efficiency but tending to monopolize provision and suppress the competitive experimentation from which better solutions might emerge. Means test, a verification of actual need before granting assistance, the avoidance of which has been made a pretext for extending benefits to all regardless of need, thereby transforming relief into redistribution. Institutional expert, a specialist who knows the details of a particular bureaucratic apparatus and who, almost invariably, approves of the institutions on which he is expert, since only those who favor the development have the interest and patience to master its complexities. The field in which most countries have committed themselves furthest, and which is likely to create the most serious problems, is the provision for old age. It is the fault of governments that the old have been deprived of the means of support they may have endeavored to provide for themselves, by failing to keep faith and not discharging their duty of maintaining a stable currency. Governments everywhere have created a situation in which the generation going into retirement in the third quarter of our century has been robbed of a great part of what they had attempted to put aside. Yet even if we approach the problem of provision for old age in full awareness of the special responsibility which governments have incurred, we can but question whether the damage done to one generation can justify the imposition upon a nation of a permanent system under which the normal source of income above a certain age is a politically determined pension paid out of current taxation. It is easy to see how such a complete abandonment of the insurance character of the arrangement must turn the whole system into a tool of politics, a play ball for vote-catching demagogues. It is vain to believe that any objective standard of justice will set a limit on the extent to which those who have reached the privileged age can insist on being adequately maintained by those still at work. The provision against sickness raises problems of its own, resulting from the fact that the problem of need cannot be treated as though it were the same for all who satisfy certain objective criteria. Each case of need raises problems of urgency and importance which have to be balanced against the cost of meeting it. The case for a free health service is usually based on two fundamental misconceptions: the belief that medical needs are usually of an objectively ascertainable character, and that this is economically possible because an improved medical service normally results in a restoration of earning power, and so pays for itself. Both contentions mistake the nature of the problem involved. There is no objective standard for judging how much care and effort are required in a particular case. Also, as medicine advances, it becomes more and more clear that there is no limit to the amount that might profitably be spent in order to do all that is objectively possible. In a field undergoing as rapid change as medicine is today, it can, at most, be the bad average standard of service that can be provided equally for all. But since in every progressive field, what is objectively possible to provide for all depends on what has already been provided for some, the effect of making it too expensive for most to get better than average service must, before long, be that this average will be lower than it otherwise would be. It has been well said that, while we used to suffer from social evils, we now suffer from the remedies for them. The difference is that, while in former times the social evils were gradually disappearing with the growth of wealth, the remedies we have introduced are beginning to threaten the continuance of that growth of wealth on which all future improvement depends. Instead of the five giants which the welfare state was designed to combat, we are now raising new giants which may well prove even greater enemies of a decent way of life. Inflation, paralyzing taxation, coercive labor unions, an ever-increasing dominance of government and education, and a social service bureaucracy with far-reaching arbitrary powers. Quote, "The doctrine of the safety net, to catch those who fall, has been made meaningless by the doctrine of fair shares. For those of us who are quite able to stand." Quote, "It has been well said that no man ever aimed at creating marine insurance as social insurance was later created, and that we owe our present techniques to a gradual growth in which the successive steps due to the uncounted contributions of anonymous or historical individuals have in the end created a work of such perfection that in comparison with the whole, all the clever conceptions due to single creative intelligences must seem very primitive." Taxation and redistribution, ch. 20. In many ways, it would be easier to omit this chapter. Its argument is directed against beliefs so widely held that it is bound to offend many. Even those who have followed the preceding analysis and have perhaps regarded the position as on the whole reasonable are likely to think the views on taxation doctrinaire, extremist, and impractical. Redistribution by progressive taxation has come to be almost universally accepted as just. It would be disingenuous to avoid discussing this issue. To do so would mean to ignore what seems not only the chief source of irresponsibility of democratic action, but the crucial issue on which the whole character of future society will depend. After a long period in which there is practically no questioning of the principle of progressive taxation, there has lately appeared a much more critical approach. But there is still a great need for a more searching review of the whole subject. It should be said at once that the only progression with which we shall be concerned, and which cannot in the long run be reconciled with free institutions, is the progression of taxation as a whole. That is, the more than proportionally heavy taxation of the larger incomes when all taxes are considered together. Individual taxes, and especially the income tax, may be graduated for a good reason, so as to compensate for the tendency of many indirect taxes to place a proportionally heavier burden on the smaller incomes. This is the only valid argument in favor of progression. It applies, however, only to particular taxes as part of a given tax structure and cannot be extended to the tax system as a whole. The real reason why all the assurances that progression would remain moderate have proved false, and why its development has gone far beyond the most pessimistic prognostications of its opponents, is that all arguments in support of progression can be used to justify any degree of progression. Its advocates may realize that beyond a certain point the adverse effects on the efficiency of the economic system may become so serious as to make it inexpedient to push it any further. But the argument based on the presumed justice of progression provides for no limitation, as has often been admitted by its supporters, before all incomes above a certain figure are confiscated and those below left untaxed. The illusion that by means of progressive taxation the burden can be shifted substantially onto the shoulders of the wealthy has been the chief reason why taxation has increased as fast as it has done, and that, under the influence of this illusion, the masses have come to accept a much heavier load than they would have done otherwise. The only major result of the policy has been the severe limitation of the incomes that could be earned by the most successful and thereby gratification of the envy of the less well-off. How small is the contribution of progressive tax rates, particularly of the high punitive rates levied on the largest incomes, to total revenue may be illustrated by the fact that the entire progressive superstructure produces only about 17% of the total revenue derived from the individual income tax in the United States, about 8.5% of all federal revenue. The ethical objection to progressive taxation is not that it imposes a heavier burden on the wealthy, that is merely its method, but that it violates the principle of equality before the law, which is the foundation of a free society. When the rate of taxation varies according to the amount of income, the law ceases to be a rule of general application and becomes an instrument of discrimination between persons. The majority is thereby empowered to impose a burden upon a minority that it does not impose upon itself, a power that, if accepted in principle, knows no limit short of confiscation. That a majority should be free to tax a minority at any rate it chooses, so long as it does not exceed what the majority would be willing to bear, represents not equality before the law, but the very negation of it. The fact that progressive taxation is defended in the name of justice makes the contradiction all the more profound. A system that discriminates between citizens on the basis of their income cannot be just, however fervently its proponents may believe otherwise. The practical consequences of progressive taxation have been exactly those that its critics predicted. By creating the illusion that the burden of government can be shifted onto the shoulders of the wealthy, it has enabled a continual expansion of public expenditure that would not have been tolerated had the cost been equitably distributed. The masses have been induced to accept a level of taxation that, if applied proportionally, would have provoked a political revolt. The progressive structure has served as a kind of fiscal sleight of hand, concealing the true cost of government from those who bear it. The result is that taxation has increased far more rapidly than would have been possible under a proportional system, and the economic distortions produced by high marginal rates, reduced incentives for saving, investment, and enterprise have become a serious obstacle to economic growth. Moreover, the contribution of the highest rates to total revenue has been negligible. The punitive rates on the largest incomes yield little revenue, but inflict considerable damage, serving primarily to gratify the envy of the less well-off and to limit the accumulation of new fortunes. The shift from proportional to progressive taxation, which occurred in most Western countries during the first half of the 20th century, was driven less by reasoned argument than by political convenience and the power of demagogic appeal. In the United States, where the federal income tax was introduced in 1913 with modest rates and a broad base, the pressures of 2 world wars and the Great Depression led to the adoption of steeply progressive rates that were never dismantled in peacetime. The same pattern was repeated in Britain, where the top marginal rate exceeded 90% for much of the post-war period and in most other industrialist democracies. The experience of these countries demonstrates that once progression is accepted as a principle, there is no natural stopping point. Each increase in the top rate creates a precedent for further increases, and the political incentives are always in the direction of greater rather than lesser progression. The theoretical arguments advanced in favor of progression, the ability to pay, the diminishing marginal utility of income, provide no criterion for limiting its extent and have been abandoned even by many of their original proponents as unscientific. The alternative of proportional taxation, by contrast, possesses the virtue of simplicity and justice. Under a proportional system, the same rate applies to all incomes, and the burden increases in absolute terms but not in relative terms as income rises. Those who pay more in absolute terms receive no special consideration. Those who pay less are not favored. The rule can be agreed upon by those who will pay absolutely more and those who will pay absolutely less. And once accepted, it raises no problem of a separate rule applying only to a minority. It is, in short, a rule that can be justified on the same grounds as any other general rule of law, that it is equally applicable to all and does not discriminate between persons. The return to proportional taxation would not eliminate the progressive element that is inherent in any system of indirect taxes, which tend to place a proportionally heavier burden on smaller incomes. This element can and should be compensated by appropriate adjustments in the income tax. But the progression of the tax system as a whole, the more than proportionally heavy taxation of larger incomes when all taxes are considered together, cannot be reconciled with the principle of equality before the law and must therefore be rejected if a free society is to be preserved. Progressive taxation, a tax system in which the rate increases with the taxable amount, defended as a means of achieving a more just distribution of income, but providing no criterion for limiting the extent of discrimination against the wealthy. Proportional taxation, a rule likely to be agreed upon by those who will pay absolutely more and those who will pay absolutely less, which, once accepted, raises no problem of a separate rule, applying only to a minority. Capacity to pay, a principle once invoked to justify progression, but long since abandoned as a scientific argument, since no objective standard can determine what constitutes an appropriate rate. The most paradoxical and socially grave effect of progressive taxation is that, though intended to reduce inequality, it in fact helps to perpetuate existing inequalities and eliminates the most important compensation for that inequality, which is inevitable in a free enterprise society. It used to be the redeeming feature of such a system that the rich were not a closed group, and that the successful man might in a comparatively short time acquire large resources. Today, however, the chances of rising into the class are probably already smaller in some countries than they have been at any time since the beginning of the modern era. One significant effect of this is that the administration of more and more of the world's capital is coming under the control of men who, though they enjoy very large incomes and all the amenities that this secures, have never on their own account and at their personal risk controlled substantial property. It is also true that the less possible it becomes for a man to acquire a new fortune, the more must the existing fortunes appear as privileges for which there is no justification. Policy is then certain to aim at taking these fortunes out of private hands, either by the slow process of heavy taxation of inheritance or by the quicker one of outright confiscation. The problem of progressive taxation is, of course, an ethical problem, and in a democracy the real problem is whether the support that the principle now receives would continue if the people fully understood how it operates. The practice is based on ideas which most people would not approve if they were stated abstractly. That a majority should be free to impose a discriminatory tax burden on a minority. That, in consequence, equal services should be remunerated differently. And that for a whole class, merely because its incomes are not in line with those of the rest, the normal incentives should be practically made ineffective. All these are principles which cannot be defended on grounds of justice. If a reasonable system of taxation is to be achieved, people must recognize as a principle that the majority, which determines what the total amount of taxation should be, must also bear it at the maximum rate. Quote, "It lies in the nature of things that the beginnings are slight, but unless great care is taken, the rates will multiply rapidly and finally will reach a point that no one could have foreseen." Quote, "The equality which we must aim at consists in this, that no citizen can oppress another, and that the citizens are all subject to the laws and the authorities, and that the voice of each who is admissible to the council counts as much as that of any other. This is the meaning of equality and liberty, and not that all are equal in every respect." The monetary framework, ch. 21. The experience of the last 50 years has taught most people the importance of a stable monetary system. Compared with the preceding century, this period has been one of great monetary disturbances. Governments have assumed a much more active part in controlling money, and this has been as much a cause as a consequence of instability. It is only natural, therefore, that some people should feel it would be better if governments were deprived of their control over monetary policy. Yet this is not only politically impracticable today, but would probably be undesirable if it were possible. Perhaps if governments had never interfered, a kind of monetary arrangement might have evolved which would not have required deliberate control. In particular, if men had not come extensively to use credit instruments as money or close substitutes for money, we might have been able to rely on some self-regulating mechanism. This choice, however, is now closed to us. We know of no substantially different alternatives to the credit institutions on which the organization of modern business has come largely to rely, and historical developments have created conditions in which the existence of these institutions makes necessary some deliberate control of the interacting money and credit systems. The three fundamental reasons for this state of affairs are of different degrees of generality and validity. The first refers to all money at all times and explains why changes in the relative supply of money are so much more disturbing than changes in any of the other circumstances that affect prices and production. Money, unlike ordinary commodities, serves not by being used up, but by being handed on. The consequence of this is that the effects of a change in the supply of money do not directly lead to a new equilibrium. Monetary changes are, in a peculiar sense, self-reversing. If, for example, an addition to the stock of money is first spent on a particular commodity or service, it not merely creates a new demand, which in its nature is temporary and passing, but also sets up a train of further effects which will reverse the effects of the initial increase in demand. Like the ripples on a pool when a pebble has been thrown into it, the increase in demand will spread itself throughout the whole economic system, at each point temporarily altering relative prices in a way which will persist as long as the quantity of money continues to increase, but which will be reversed when the increase comes to an end. The second fact is that, under all modern monetary systems, not only will the supply of money not adjust itself to changes in demand, but it will tend to change in the opposite direction. Whenever claims for money come to serve in the place of money, the supply of such substitutes for money tends to be perversely elastic. The familiar fact that, when everybody else wants to be more liquid, the banks for the same reasons will also wish to be more liquid and therefore supply less credit, is merely one instance of a general tendency inherent in most forms of credit. These spontaneous fluctuations in the supply of money can be prevented only if somebody has the power to change deliberately the supply of some generally accepted medium of exchange in the opposite direction. The third factor refers to the present volume of government expenditure and thus to a circumstance which we may hope to change eventually, but which we must accept, for the time being, in all decisions about monetary policy. Perversely elastic supply. The tendency of credit systems to contract when liquidity is demanded and expand when confidence returns, amplifying rather than dampening fluctuations in the economy. Self-reversing monetary changes. The characteristic of monetary disturbances that their initial effects on relative prices and production are eventually undone, but only after having caused significant misdirections of resources. Rules versus authorities. The proposition that monetary policy is best governed by predetermined rules that tie the hands of the authorities, rather than by discretionary decisions subject to political pressure and short-term temptation. The experience of the last half-century has also demonstrated that inflation is not an unavoidable natural disaster, but always the result of the weakness or ignorance of those in charge of monetary policy. Though moderate inflation is generally pleasant while it proceeds, whereas deflation is immediately and acutely painful, the harmful aftereffects of even small doses of inflation can be staved off only by larger doses. The stimulating effect of inflation operates only so long as it has not been foreseen. As soon as it comes to be foreseen, only its continuation at an increased rate will maintain the same degree of prosperity. Inflation, thus, can never be more than a temporary fillip, and even this beneficial effect can last only as long as somebody continues to be cheated and the expectations of some people unnecessarily disappointed. The case for rules versus authorities in monetary policy has been persuasively argued, and the arguments in favor of strict rules are so strong that the issue is now largely one of how far it is practically possible to tie down monetary authority by appropriate rules. It is probably undeniable that, though we can limit discretion in this field, we never can eliminate it. In consequence, what can be done within the unavoidable range of discretion not only is very important, but is likely in practice to determine even whether or not the mechanism will ever be allowed to operate. The inflationary bias of our day is largely the result of the prevalence of the short-term view, which in turn stem from the great difficulty of recognizing the more remote consequences of current measures, and from the inevitable preoccupation of practical men, and particularly politicians, with the immediate problems and the achievement of near goals. Those who wish to preserve freedom should recognize that inflation is probably the most important single factor in that vicious circle wherein one kind of government action makes more and more government control necessary. The lesson of monetary history is that the independence of the monetary authority from political pressures is not a luxury, but a necessity for the preservation of a stable economic framework. When monetary decisions are made by those who are subject to the immediate pressures of electoral politics or fiscal convenience, the tendency toward inflation becomes almost irresistible. The short-term benefits of monetary expansion are always visible and politically attractive, while the long-term costs are dispersed and often not recognized until they have become severe. An independent monetary authority, bound by rules that protect it from the temptation to pursue short-term objectives at the expense of long-term stability, is therefore an indispensable component of any system designed to preserve individual freedom. Quote, "There is no subtler, no surer means of overturning the existing basis of society than to debauch the currency. The process engages all the hidden forces of economic law on the side of destruction, and does it in a manner which not one man in a million is able to diagnose." Quote, "The individualistic capitalism of today, precisely because it entrusts saving to the individual investor and production to the individual employer, presumes a stable measuring rod of value, and cannot be efficient, perhaps cannot survive, without one." Housing and town planning, ch. 22. Civilization, as we know, it is inseparable from urban life. Almost all that distinguishes civilized from primitive society is intimately connected with the large agglomerations of population that we call cities, and when we speak of urbanity, civility, or politeness, we refer to the manner of life in cities. Yet the advantages of city life, particularly the enormous increases in productivity made possible by its industry, are bought at great cost. City life is not only more productive than rural life, it is also much more costly. Only those whose productivity is much increased by life in the city will reap a net advantage over and above the extra cost of this kind of life. Both the costs and the kinds of amenities which come with city life are such that the minimum income at which a decent life is possible is much higher than in the country. Life at a level of poverty, which is still bearable in the country, not only is scarcely tolerable in the city, but produces outward signs of squalor, which are shocking to fellow men. Moreover, the costs involved in large numbers living in great density not only are very high, but are also to a large extent communal, i.e., they do not necessarily or automatically fall on those who cause them, but may have to be borne by all. What economists call the neighborhood effects, i.e., the effects of what one does to one's property on that of others, assume major importance. The general formulas of private property or freedom of contract do not therefore provide an immediate answer to the complex problems which city life raises. It is probable that, even if there had been no authority with coercive powers, the superior advantages of larger units would have led to the development of new legal institutions, some division of the right of control between the holders of a superior right to determine the character of a large district to be developed and the owners of inferior rights to the use of smaller units. Within the framework determined by the former, will be free to decide on particular issues. We must not overlook the fact that the market has, on the whole, guided the evolution of cities more successfully, though imperfectly, than is commonly realized, and that most of the proposals to improve upon this, not by making it work better, but by superimposing a system of central direction, show little awareness of what such a system would have to accomplish, even to equal the market in effectiveness. We must first consider a measure which, though always introduced as a device to meet a passing emergency and never defended as a permanent arrangement, has in fact regularly become a lasting feature, and in much of Western Europe has probably done more to restrict freedom and prosperity than any other measure, excepting only inflation. This is rent restriction or the placing of ceilings on the rents of dwellings. Originally introduced to prevent rents from rising during the First World War, it was retained in many countries for more than 40 years through major inflations, with the result that rents were reduced to a fraction of what they would be in a free market. Thus, house property was in effect expropriated, probably more than any other measure of this kind. It worsened in the long run the evil it was meant to cure and produced a situation in which administrative authorities acquired highly arbitrary powers over the movement of men. It also contributed much toward weakening the respect for property and the sense of individual responsibility. Neighborhood effects. the effects of what one does to one's property on that of others, which assume major importance in the close contiguity of city life and provide the chief justification for measures of town planning. Rent restriction, the placing of ceilings on the rents of dwellings, a measure which, though introduced as a temporary emergency device, has become a lasting feature in much of Western Europe and has done more to restrict freedom and prosperity than almost any other measure, excepting only inflation. Town planning, the effort to make the market mechanism more effective by establishing general conditions to which all developments of a district or neighborhood must conform, which within those conditions leaves the decisions to the individual owner. The housing problem is not an independent problem which can be solved in isolation. It is part of the general problem of poverty and can be solved only by a general rise in incomes. This solution, however, will be delayed if we subsidize people to move from where their productivity is still greater than the cost of living to places where it will be less, or if we prevent from moving those who believe that, by doing so, they can improve their prospects at the price of living in conditions which to us seem deplorable. It is often only because people live in crowded old buildings that they are able to derive some gain from the extra earning opportunities of the city. If we want to abolish the slums, we must choose one of two alternatives. We must either prevent these people from taking advantage of what to them is part of their opportunity, by removing the cheap but squalid dwellings from where their earning opportunities lie, or we must provide them with better facilities at a price which does not cover costs, and thus subsidize both their staying in the city and the movement into the city of more people of the same kind. The issue is therefore not whether one ought or ought not to be for town planning, but whether the measures to be used are to supplement and assist the market or to suspend it and put central direction in its place. Most of what is valid in the argument for town planning is, in effect, an argument for making the planning unit for some purposes larger than the usual size of individually owned property. Some of the aims of planning could be achieved by a division of the contents of the property rights in such a way that certain decisions would rest with the holder of the superior right, with some corporation representing the whole district or region and possessing powers to assess benefits and charges to individual subowners. There is also the advantage that the larger planning unit will still be one of many and that it will be restrained in the exercise of its powers by the necessity of competing with other similar units. The chief difficulty with administrative measures of town planning is that they tend to become instruments for the exercise of arbitrary power rather than frameworks for the spontaneous development of urban life. When planning authorities are given broad, discretionary powers to approve or deny particular developments, the result is inevitably a system in which the fate of individuals depends not on known rules, but on the particular views of those in authority. This is not merely a theoretical objection. The experience of countries where such powers have been extensively used shows clearly how they have been exploited for purposes that have little to do with the improvement of urban life and much to do with the expansion of bureaucratic control. Quote, if the government simultaneously abolished housing subsidies and cut working class taxation by an amount exactly equal to the subsidies, the working classes would be no worse off financially, but they would then without any doubt prefer to spend the money in other ways than on housing. Quote, the most important result of this book is probably the demonstration of the surprising extent to which the free forces operate favorably. The free market mechanism works much more to the common good than is generally supposed, though with certain exceptions. Agriculture and natural resources, ch. 23. The increase in the urban and industrial population, which always accompanies the growth of wealth and civilization, has in a modern Western world brought about a decrease not only in the proportion, but in the absolute numbers of the agricultural population. Technological advance has so increased the productivity of human effort in the production of food that fewer men than ever before can supply the needs of a larger population. But though an increase in population causes a proportional increase in the demand for food, as the population increase slows down and further advance mainly takes the form of a growth of income per head, less and less of this additional income is spent on an increased consumption of food. This increase in productivity combined with an inelastic demand means that if those engaged in agriculture are to maintain their average income, their number will have to decrease. If such a redistribution of manpower between agriculture and other occupations takes place, there is no reason why in the long run those remaining in agriculture should not derive as much benefit from economic advance as the rest. But as long as the agricultural population is relatively too large, the change, while it proceeds, is bound to operate to their disadvantage. Policy, however, has everywhere delayed this adjustment, with the result that the problem has steadily grown in magnitude. The part of the population which has been kept in agriculture by deliberate acts of policy has grown so large that equalizing productivity between the agricultural and the industrial population would in many cases require a shift of numbers, which seems altogether impracticable within any limited period of time. This policy has been pursued for a variety of reasons. In the European countries in which industrialization proceeded rapidly, the policy initially resulted from some vague notion about a proper balance between industry and agriculture, where balance meant little more than the maintenance of the traditional proportion between the two. In the countries which, as a consequence of their industrialization, tended to become dependent on imported food, those arguments were supported by the strategic consideration of self-sufficiency in wartime. But the dominant consideration, which almost everywhere led governments to interfere with it, was the assurance of an adequate income to the people engaged in agriculture at the moment. The policies pursued to assist agriculture in its difficulties, however, usually prevent those very adjustments that would make it profitable. Once the general rise in incomes has exceeded a certain level, people are not likely to increase their expenditure on food unless they are offered preferred kinds. In the Western world, this means mainly a substitution of high-protein foods, such as meat and dairy products, for cereals and other starchy foods. This process would be assisted if agriculture were led to produce more of these desired products at reduced relative costs. This would be brought about if the cereals were allowed to fall in price until it became profitable to use them as feed for cattle and thus indirectly produce the food that the consumers want. Such a development would prevent the total consumption of grain from shrinking as much as it would otherwise, and, at the same time, decrease the costs of meat. It is usually made impossible, however, by a policy of maintaining the prices of cereals at such a level that human consumption will not absorb the supply and they cannot be profitably put to other uses. Agricultural policy. The set of government measures aimed at maintaining incomes of agricultural populations, which typically delay the necessary adjustment of labor between agriculture and other occupations and prevent the adaptation of agriculture to change conditions. Soil mining. The deliberate reduction of soil fertility to extract accumulated natural fertility, which as a general proposition is not wasteful when the level of fertility that has been built up can be maintained only at costs in excess of the returns. Conservation. The preservation of natural resources, which constitutes investment and should be judged by precisely the same criteria as all other investment, with nothing in the preservation of natural resources as such which makes it a more desirable object of investment than man-made equipment or human capacities. In the related field of the exploitation of natural resources, prevalent opinion still is that the peculiar situation existing here requires governments to undertake far-reaching controls. This view is particularly strong in the United States, where the conservation movement has to a great extent been the source of the agitation for economic planning. The chief arguments that have persuaded people of the necessity of central direction of the conservation of natural resources are that the community has a greater interest in and a greater foreknowledge of the future than the individuals, and that the preservation of particular resources raises problems different from those of the provision for the future in general. There is no more justification in a free society for relieving the individuals of the responsibility for the future than there is for claiming that past generations ought to have made more provision for us than they did. The contention that the government possesses superior knowledge raises a more complex problem. It cannot be denied that there are some facts concerning probable future developments which the government is more likely to know than most of the individual owners of natural resources. But there will always exist an even greater store of knowledge of special circumstances that ought to be taken into account in decisions about specific resources which only the individual owners will possess. Perhaps the best way of concisely stating the chief point is to say that all resource conservation constitutes investment and should be judged by precisely the same criteria as all other investment. There is nothing in the preservation of natural resources as such which makes it a more desirable object of investment than man-made equipment or human capacities. And so long as society anticipates the exhaustion of particular resources and channels its investment in such a manner that its aggregate income is made as great as the funds available for investment can make it, there is no further economic case for preserving any one kind of resource. To extend investment in the conservation of a particular natural resource to a point where the return is lower than the capital it uses would bring elsewhere would reduce future income below what it would otherwise be. As has been well said, the conservationist who urges us to make greater provision for the future is in fact urging a lesser provision for posterity. The fundamental error in the conservationist position is the assumption that the market, left to itself, will systematically neglect the future. In fact, the price system is precisely the mechanism through which the interests of future generations are taken into account, for the value of natural resources reflects not merely their present usefulness, but also the anticipated scarcity that will be experienced by those who come after us. When the price of a resource rises as it becomes scarcer, this provides both the incentive to economize in its use and the incentive to develop substitutes. The market, in other words, does not discount the future. It discounts only uncertainty, and this is a feature common to all human planning, whether individual or collective. Quote, "My opinion is against an overdoing of any sort of administration, and more especially against this most momentous of all meddling on the part of authority, the meddling with the subsistence of the people." Quote, "The conservationist who urges us to make greater provision for the future is in fact urging a lesser provision for posterity." Education and research, ch. 24. Knowledge is perhaps the chief good that can be had at a price, but those who do not already possess it often cannot recognize its usefulness. More important still, access to the sources of knowledge necessary for the working of modern society presupposes the command of certain techniques, above all, that of reading, which people must acquire before they can judge well for themselves what will be useful to them. Though our case for freedom rests to a great extent on the contention that competition is one of the most powerful instruments for the dissemination of knowledge, and that it will usually demonstrate the value of knowledge to those who do not possess it, there is no doubt that the utilization of knowledge can be greatly increased by deliberate efforts. Ignorance is one of the chief reasons why men's endeavors are often not channeled so that they are most useful to their fellows. And there are various reasons why it may be in the interest of the whole community that knowledge be brought to people who have little incentive to seek it or to make some sacrifice to acquire it. These reasons are particularly compelling in the case of children, but some of the arguments apply no less to adults. The case for compulsory education up to a certain minimum standard is twofold, resting both on the general interest in a literate and reasonably informed citizenry and on the particular requirements of a society in which the democratic process itself presupposes a level of understanding that cannot be left entirely to chance or private initiative. There is the general argument that all of us will be exposed to fewer risks and will receive more benefits from our fellows if they share with us certain basic knowledge and beliefs. In a country with democratic institutions, there is the further important consideration that democracy is not likely to work except on the smallest local scale with a partly illiterate people. If we accept the general argument for compulsory education, there remain these chief problems. How is this education to be provided? How much of it is to be provided for all? How are those who are to be given more to be selected, and at whose expense? It is probably a necessary consequence of the adoption of compulsory education that for those families to whom the cost would be a severe burden, it should be defrayed out of public funds. There is still the question, however, how much education should be provided at public expense, and in what manner it should be provided. The really important issue is that of the manner in which those whose education is to be prolonged beyond the general minimum are to be selected. The costs of a prolonged education, in terms of material resources, and still more of human ones, are so considerable even for a rich country that the desire to give a large fraction of the population an advanced education will always in some degree conflict with the desire to prolong the education for all. It also seems probable that a society that wishes to get a maximum economic return from a limited expenditure on education should concentrate on the higher education of a comparatively small elite. Yet, with government education, this would not seem practicable in a democracy, nor would it be desirable that authority should determine who is to get such an education. As in all other fields, the case for subsidization of higher education must rest not on the benefit it confers on the recipient, but on the resulting advantages for the community at large. There is therefore little case for subsidizing any kind of vocational training. With a greater proficiency acquired will be reflected in greater earning power, which will constitute a fairly adequate measure of the desirability of investing in training of this kind. Compulsory education, the requirement that all children receive a minimum standard of education, justified on grounds that all of us will be exposed to fewer risks and will receive more benefits from our fellows if they share with us certain basic knowledge and beliefs. Egalitarian education, the use of government education as an instrument for equalizing the prospects of all, which conflicts with the adjustment of opportunity to capacity and consistently pursued, would mean that no more must be spent on the education of any child than can be spent on the education of every child. Dispersal of knowledge, the recognition that in no other field is the continued availability of alternative ways as important as an education, where the task is to prepare young people for an ever-changing world, and where the advance of knowledge is likely to be fastest where scientific pursuits are not determined by some unified conception of their social utility. The increasing use of government education as an instrument for egalitarian aims has greatly increased the difficulties of this problem and made a reasonable solution almost impossible. Though a case can be made for assuring opportunities for an advanced education as far as possible to those most likely to profit from them, the control of government over education has in large measure been used to equalize the prospects of all, which is something very different. Consistently pursued, the egalitarian stand would mean that no more must be spent on the education of any child than can be spent on the education of every child. If this were the necessary consequence of public education, it would constitute a strong argument against governments concerning itself with education beyond the elementary level and for leaving all advanced education in private hands. The insistence that education should be given only to those of proved capacity produces a situation in which the whole population is graded according to some objective test, and in which one set of opinions as to what kind of person qualifies for the benefits of an advanced education prevails throughout. This means an official ranking of people into a hierarchy made much worse by the fact that it is presumed to express merit and will determine access to the opportunities in which value can show itself. On the highest level, the dissemination of knowledge by instruction becomes inseparable from the advance of knowledge by research, a relationship of enduring importance. It is still the kind of work on which the general level of the intellectual life of a country chiefly depends. The great danger in this field is that the authority which provides the means for research may also determine the direction in which it proceeds, so that the advance of knowledge comes to be guided not by the curiosity and judgment of individual investigators, but by the plans and preferences of those who control the distribution of funds. The history of science teaches that the most consequential discoveries have often been made by those who pursued problems that seemed, from the standpoint of immediate social utility, pointless or eccentric. A society that wishes to maintain the conditions under which knowledge advances must therefore be willing to tolerate and even encourage a diversity of approaches that no central planner could anticipate or approve in advance. The preservation of this diversity requires not only that there exist multiple independent sources of funding for research, but also that the institutions of higher learning be sufficiently protected from political pressure to permit the free pursuit of truth wherever it may lead, even when the conclusions it reaches are uncomfortable or unfashionable. There is perhaps no more important application of our main theses than that the advance of knowledge is likely to be fastest where scientific pursuits are not determined by some unified conception of their social utility, and where each proved man can devote himself to the tasks in which he sees the best chance of making a contribution. Where, as is increasingly the case in all the experimental fields, this opportunity can no longer be given by assuring to every qualified student the possibility of deciding how to use his own time, but where large material means are required for most kinds of work, the prospects of advance will be most favorable if, instead of the control of funds being in the hands of a single authority proceeding according to a unitary plan, there were a multiplicity of independent sources, so that even the unorthodox thinker would have a chance of finding a sympathetic ear. Quote, "A general state education is a mere contrivance for molding people to be exactly like one another. And as the mold in which it casts them is that which pleases the predominant power in the government, whether this be a monarch, a priesthood, an aristocracy, or the majority of the existing generation. In proportion as it is efficient and successful, it establishes a despotism over the mind, leading by natural tendency to one over the body." Quote, "The grand leading principle towards which every argument hitherto unfolded in these pages directly converges is the absolute and essential importance of human development in its richest diversity." Postscript: why I am not a conservative. The position which can be rightly described as conservative at any time depends, therefore, on the direction of existing tendencies. Since the development during the last decades has been generally in a socialist direction, it may seem that both conservatives and liberals have been mainly intent on retarding that movement. But the main point about liberalism is that it wants to go elsewhere, not to stand still. Though today the contrary impression may sometimes be caused by the fact that there was a time when liberalism was more widely accepted and some of its objectives closer to being achieved, it has never been a backward-looking doctrine. There has never been a time when liberal ideals were fully realized and when liberalism did not look forward to further improvement of institutions. Liberalism is not averse to evolution and change, and where spontaneous change has been smothered by government control, it wants a great deal of change of policy. So far as much of current governmental action is concerned, there is in the present world very little reason for the liberal to wish to preserve things as they are. It would seem to the liberal, indeed, that what is most urgently needed in most parts of the world is a thorough sweeping away of the obstacles to free growth. The fundamental traits of the conservative attitude are a fear of change, a timid distrust of the new as such, while the liberal position is based on courage and confidence, on a preparedness to let change run its course even if we cannot predict where it will lead. There would not be much to object to if the conservatives merely disliked too rapid change in institutions and public policy. Here the case for caution and slow process is indeed strong. But the conservatives are inclined to use the powers of government to prevent change or to limit its rate to whatever appeals to the more timid mind. In looking forward, they lack the faith in the spontaneous forces of adjustment which makes the liberal accept changes without apprehension, even though he does not know how the necessary adaptations will be brought about. It is indeed part of the liberal attitude to assume that, especially in the economic field, the self-regulating forces of the market will somehow bring about the required adjustments to new conditions, although no one can foretell how they will do this in a particular instance. This fear of trusting uncontrolled social forces is closely related to two other characteristics of conservatism: its fondness for authority and its lack of understanding of economic forces. Since it distrusts both abstract theories and general principles, it neither understands those spontaneous forces on which a policy of freedom relies, nor possesses a basis for formulating principles of policy. Order appears to the conservatives as the result of the continuous attention of authority, which, for this purpose, must be allowed to do what is required by the particular circumstances and not be tied to rigid rule. A commitment to principles presupposes an understanding of the general forces by which the efforts of society are coordinated. But it is such a theory of society, and especially of the economic mechanism, that conservatism conspicuously lacks. Old Whiggism, the tradition of liberty that began with the English Whigs and provided the conceptions that guided the American colonists in their struggle for independence and in the establishment of their Constitution, representing the belief in a higher law above municipal codes and the consistent opposition to all arbitrary power. Conservatism, a disposition averse from change, characterized by a fear of the new, a fondness for authority, and a lack of understanding of economic forces, which typically shifts its position in reaction to movements on either wing rather than standing for principles of its own. Liberalism, classical, the position based on courage and confidence, on a preparedness to let change run its course, which shares with conservatism a distrust of reason, but differs in its willingness to face ignorance and to admit how little we know, without claiming the authority of supernatural sources of knowledge where reason fails. What I have described as the liberal position shares with conservatism a distrust of reason to the extent that the liberal is very much aware that we do not know all the answers, and that he is not sure that the answers he has are certainly the right ones, or even that we can find all the answers. He also does not disdain to seek assistance from whatever non-rational institutions or habits have proved their worth. The liberal differs from the conservative in his willingness to face this ignorance and to admit how little we know, without claiming the authority of supernatural sources of knowledge, where his reason fails him. It has to be admitted that in some respects the liberal is fundamentally a skeptic, but it seems to require a certain degree of diffidence to let others seek their happiness in their own fashion and to adhere consistently to that tolerance, which is an essential characteristic of liberalism. The task of the political philosopher can only be to influence public opinion, not to organize people for action. He will do so effectively only if he is not concerned with what is now politically possible, but consistently defends the general principles which are always the same. In this sense, there may be no such thing as a conservative political philosophy. Conservatism may often be a useful practical maxim, but it does not give us any guiding principles which can influence long-range developments. The more one learns about the evolution of ideas, the more one becomes aware that the basic principles are still those of the old Whigs. To confess oneself an old Whig does not mean, of course, that one wants to go back to where we were at the end of the 17th century. It means recognizing that the doctrines then first stated continued to grow and develop until about 70 or 80 years ago, even though they were no longer the chief aim of a distinct party. The basic principles are still those of the old Whigs, the doctrine which is at the basis of the common tradition of the Anglo-Saxon countries, the doctrine from which continental liberalism took what is valuable in it, the doctrine on which the American system of government is based. Quote, "The grand, leading principle towards which every argument hitherto unfolded in these pages directly converges is the absolute and essential importance of human development in its richest diversity." Quote, "I beseech you, in the bowels of Christ, think it possible you may be mistaken." Conclusion. F.A. Hayek's Constitution of Liberty represents the most comprehensive and systematic restatement of classical liberal philosophy attempted in the 20th century. Where the road to serfdom had sounded an alarm about the totalitarian implications of central planning, the later work undertakes the far more demanding task of constructing a positive philosophy of freedom, one that specifies not merely what we must avoid, but what institutions and principles are required if liberty is to be preserved. The achievement is architectural. Hayek interweaves political philosophy, jurisprudence, and economics into a single coherent argument, showing that the rule of law, the market order, and the dispersal of knowledge are not separate goods, but facets of the same condition. The book's enduring contribution lies in its demonstration that freedom is not a gift to be bestowed by enlightened rulers, but a spontaneous order that emerges when certain institutional constraints are observed, constraints that protect the individual's protected sphere against the encroachments of both private and public power. The argument from ignorance. Hayek's insistence that no single mind can possess the knowledge required to direct the economic activities of a complex society serves as the epistemological foundation for the entire work. This is not merely a pragmatic observation about the difficulty of central planning. It is a fundamental claim about the nature of human reason and the limits of deliberate design. Because knowledge is dispersed among millions of individuals, each of whom possesses only a fragment of the information necessary for the coordination of social activity. The only system capable of harnessing this dispersed knowledge is one that relies on impersonal mechanisms, competition, prices, and general rules, rather than on the decisions of any central authority. The rule of law, as Hayek conceives it, is the institutional expression of this epistemic humility. By subjecting all persons, including the agents of the state, to known and general rules, it creates the stable framework within which individuals can pursue their own plans and benefit from knowledge they do not themselves possess. The price we pay for this liberty is the uncertainty of outcomes. We cannot guarantee that the results of a free process will be just or equitable. But Hayek argues that this price is worth paying, for the alternative is a world in which the state arrogates to itself the power to decide what each person shall receive, and in doing so destroys the conditions under which individuals can live as autonomous agents. The critique of the welfare state occupies the final third of the book and constitutes, perhaps, its most controversial and prescient contribution. Hayek does not oppose all government activity aimed at promoting welfare. He acknowledges that public amenities, a minimum standard of sustenance for the destitute, and the dissemination of knowledge can all be furnished without threatening freedom, provided they are financed by general taxation and administered according to general rules. What he opposes is the transition from these legitimate functions to the guarantee of particular outcomes, a transition that necessarily involves the exercise of discretionary power over individuals and the replacement of spontaneous coordination with administrative direction. The progressive income tax, social security schemes, and government monopolies in education are subjected to searching critique, not because they are inefficient, though Hayek believes they often are, but because they concentrate power in the hands of bureaucratic agencies that cannot be effectively controlled by democratic processes. The household state that emerges from the unchecked expansion of welfare functions is, in Hayek's view, as incompatible with individual liberty as the socialist state it replaced, different in form but not in substance. Yet for all its rigor and sweep, the Constitution of Liberty leaves significant questions unresolved. Hayek's defense of the market order rests heavily on the argument from spontaneous coordination, but he acknowledges that spontaneous processes can produce outcomes that many would regard as unjust, and his insistence that justice applies only to the conduct of individuals, not to the results of impersonal processes, remains a point of contention among liberal thinkers. The relationship between the rule of law and substantive justice is never fully reconciled. Hayek concedes that the market order may generate inequalities that are morally arbitrary, but he maintains that any attempt to correct these through redistribution necessarily destroys the framework of general rules. Moreover, the book's treatment of the welfare state, while brilliant in its analysis of tendencies, offers little guidance on the practical question of where to draw the line between legitimate and illegitimate government action. The argument from ignorance, applied consistently, seems to counsel a degree of institutional conservatism that sits uneasily with Hayek's own acknowledged desire for reform, a tension that he never fully resolves. These unresolved questions do not diminish the book's importance. They ensure that it remains a living work, demanding engagement rather than mere assent. Key persons discussed: F. A. Hayek, 1899 to 1992, Austrian-born economist and political philosopher, Nobel laureate, 1974, whose life's work defended classical liberalism against both socialism and conservatism. The central author and architect of the argument presented in this volume. David Hume, 1711 to 1776, Scottish philosopher whose empiricism and skepticism about the power of reason to design social institutions profoundly influenced Hayek's epistemological arguments. Hume's insight that rules and conventions arise from human action rather than from deliberate design is the philosophical root of Hayek's concept of spontaneous order. Adam Smith, 1723 to 1790, Scottish moral philosopher and political economist, whose Wealth of Nations, 1776, provided the classical foundation for the argument that the market order coordinates dispersed knowledge through impersonal mechanisms. Hayek regards Smith as the founder of the tradition he seeks to extend. John Locke, 1632 to 1704 English philosopher whose theory of natural rights and government by consent underpins the liberal tradition of limited government. Locke's conception of property as the fruit of one's own labor and his insistence on the separation of powers are recurrent themes in Hayek's analysis. Immanuel Kant, 1724 to 1804 German philosopher whose moral philosophy, particularly the categorical imperative and the insistence that persons be treated as ends rather than means, provides the ethical foundation for Hayek's argument that coercion is evil precisely because it reduces the individual to a means in the service of another's will. Montesquieu, 1689 to 1755 French political philosopher whose Spirit of the Laws, 1748, distinguished between despotism, monarchy, and republic, and whose analysis of the separation of powers and the rule of law as the foundation of liberty is cited as a source for Hayek's constitutionalism. Abraham Lincoln, 1809 to 1865, 16th President of the United States, invoked by Hayek as a statesman who understood that the preservation of liberty required adherence to general principles rather than the pursuit of particular aims through discretionary power. John Stuart Mill, 1806 to 1873 English philosopher and political economist whose On Liberty, 1859, defended individual freedom against the tyranny of the majority. Hayek acknowledges Mill's influence, but argues that Mill's utilitarianism is insufficient as a foundation for liberty, which requires a firmer philosophical grounding. Wilhelm von Humboldt, 1767 to 1835 German scholar and statesman, whose essay The Limits of State Action, 1792, anticipated many of Hayek's arguments about the proper sphere of government. Humboldt's insistence that the state should facilitate rather than direct individual development is a key reference point. Louis Brandeis, 1856 to 1941 American jurist and Supreme Court justice whose opinions on free speech and limited government are cited by Hayek as exemplars of the judicial tradition that protects individual liberty against administrative encroachment. Henry Bracton, circa 1210 to 1268 English jurist whose De Legibus et Consuetudinibus Anglii articulated the medieval principle that the king is under the law, a foundational idea for Hayek's argument that the rule of law requires that the state itself be subject to general rules. A.N. Whitehead, 1861 to 1947 British mathematician and philosopher whose process philosophy influenced Hayek's understanding of social phenomena as products of human action rather than human design. Karl Marx, 1818 to 1883 German philosopher and political economist whose critique of capitalism and advocacy of collective ownership of the means of production are the primary target of Hayek's polemic against socialism. John Maynard Keynes, 1883 to 1946 British economist whose advocacy of counter-cyclical fiscal policy and government intervention in the economy is critiqued by Hayek as a step on the road to serfdom. Edmund Burke, 1729 to 1797 Irish-born statesman and philosopher whose conservative tradition is contrasted with Hayek's liberalism. Hayek argues that conservatism lacks the principled commitment to liberty that characterizes the old Whig tradition. Key works discussed. The Constitution of Liberty, 1960 F. A. Hayek. The present volume, a comprehensive restatement of classical liberal philosophy encompassing political theory, jurisprudence, and economic analysis. Hayek's mature statement of the case for individual freedom and limited government. The Road to Serfdom, 1944 F. A. Hayek. An earlier and more polemical work that argued that central planning inevitably leads to totalitarianism. The Constitution of Liberty can be read as the positive philosophical program that the earlier book's negative diagnosis demanded. The Fatal Conceit, 1988 F. A. Hayek. A posthumous work that extended the argument of spontaneous order to cultural evolution, insisting that the attempt to redesign social institutions according to rational principles is doomed to failure because the knowledge embedded in traditions exceeds what any individual or committee can comprehend. Wealth of Nations, 1776, Adam Smith. The foundational text of classical political economy, whose analysis of the division of labor and the market mechanism underpins Hayek's argument that competition coordinates disperse knowledge. On Liberty, 1859, John Stuart Mill. The classic defense of individual freedom against the tyranny of the majority. Hayek acknowledges Mill's influence, but argues that Mill's utilitarianism provides an insufficient philosophical foundation for liberty. The Spirit of the Laws, 1748, Montesquieu. A pioneering work of comparative politics that distinguished between different forms of government and analyzed the conditions under which liberty is possible. Hayek cites Montesquieu's distinction between the rule of law and arbitrary decree as a precursor to his own. A Treatise of Human Nature, 1739-40, David Hume. Hume's philosophical work, particularly his skepticism about the power of reason to design social institutions, provides the epistemological foundation for Hayek's concept of spontaneous order. The Federalist Papers, 1787-88, Alexander Hamilton, James Madison, John Jay. A series of essays defending the proposed Constitution of the United States, which Hayek regards as the most successful practical expression of the principles of limited government and the rule of law. The Limits of State Action, 1792, Wilhelm von Humboldt. An essay arguing that the proper function of the state is to facilitate the free development of the individual rather than to direct his activities, a view that Hayek endorses as a model of the restrained state. De Legibus et Consuetudinibus Angliae, Henri Bracton. A medieval legal treatise that articulated the principle that the king is under the law, a foundational idea for Hayek's argument that the rule of law requires that all persons, including the agents of the state, be subject to general rules. The Open Society and Its Enemies, 1945, Karl Popper. A defense of liberal democracy against totalitarianism that shares many of Hayek's concerns, but takes a different approach to the problem of rationality in social planning. Capitalism and Freedom, 1962, Milton Friedman. A work by a fellow Nobel laureate that complements Hayek's arguments with a more explicitly economic analysis of the case for limited government and free markets. Index of Key Concepts. Liberty. The condition in which an individual is not subject to coercion by the arbitrary will of another. For Hayek, liberty is not the possession of power or the satisfaction of desires, but the absence of deliberate interference with the individual's protected sphere. It is the foundational value that the entire architecture of the book is designed to protect. Coercion, the deliberate manipulation of an individual's alternatives so that his choices serve another's purpose rather than his own. Not the elimination of choice, but the distortion of its conditions. Coercion is evil because it reduces the individual to a mere instrument, depriving him of the capacity for rational planning and autonomous action. Rule of law. The principle that all persons, including the agents of the state, are subject to known and general rules that are enforced impartially and applied equally to all. The rule of law is the institutional expression of the rule of law principle, which distinguishes a free society from one governed by arbitrary decree. Spontaneous order, a pattern of human interaction that emerges not from deliberate design, but from the conformity of individual actions to general rules. The market is the paradigmatic example. No one directs the coordination of economic activity, yet the impersonal mechanisms of competition and price produce an order of extraordinary complexity and efficiency. Protected sphere, the domain of assured facts and expectations within which an individual can plan and act, secured by general rules enforced by the state. The protected sphere is the juridical correlate of liberty. It defines the boundaries within which the individual is free from coercion. Several property, the system of individual rights in things that delimits the protected sphere against coercion, a term borrowed from Sir Henry Maine that emphasizes the boundaries between persons rather than the mere possession of material objects. Constitutionalism, the subordination of all government action to a set of general principles that limit the scope and methods of state power. Constitutionalism is not merely the existence of a written constitution, but the commitment of the government to operate within the framework of known and general rules. Welfare state, a heterogeneous collection of aims, public amenities, social insurance, redistribution, that can be pursued by methods compatible with liberty or by methods inimical to it, depending on whether government relies on general rules or discretionary power. Hayek's critique targets not welfare per se, but the concentration of administrative power that accompanies the attempt to guarantee particular outcomes. Progressive taxation, a system of taxation in which the rate increases with income, which Hayek regards as incompatible with the rule of law because it subjects individuals to different burdens according to criteria that are inherently arbitrary and cannot be defined by general rules. Social Security, government schemes that provide insurance against the risks of old age, disability, and unemployment. While Hayek accepts that some provision for a minimum standard of sustenance may be legitimate, he argues that many Social Security programs go beyond this and create dependencies that undermine individual responsibility. Education and research. Hayek's argument that compulsory education up to a minimum standard is legitimate for a literate and reasonably informed citizenry, but that government control of education beyond the elementary level risks the establishment of a despotism over the mind. The dispersal of knowledge and the freedom of inquiry are essential conditions for the advance of civilization. Rechtsstaat, the German legal concept of a state governed by law, in which all government action is subject to judicial review and the rights of individuals are protected by general rules. Hayek regards the Rechtsstaat as the continental European counterpart of the English common law tradition. Nomos/thesis, a distinction drawn by Hayek between nomos, the spontaneous order of rules that emerge from human interaction, and thesis, the deliberate rules imposed by authority. The confusion of nomos and thesis, attributing to deliberate design what is in fact the product of spontaneous evolution, is a central source of the errors that threaten liberty. Argument from ignorance. Hayek's epistemological claim that no single mind can possess the knowledge required to direct the economic activities of a complex society, and that the only system capable of harnessing dispersed knowledge is one that relies on impersonal mechanisms rather than on the decisions of any central authority. Reading comprehension questions. How does Hayek distinguish between liberty and the positive freedoms of power and political self-determination? And why does he regard this distinction as essential to the preservation of individual freedom? Explain the concept of coercion as Hayek defines it. How does coercion differ from the mere exercise of influence or the imposition of natural obstacles? And why is this distinction significant for the theory of liberty? What is the argument from ignorance? And how does it serve as the epistemological foundation for Hayek's defense of the market order and the rule of law? How does the rule of law, as conceived by Hayek, differ from mere legality? What are the conditions that must be satisfied for government action to be consistent with the rule of law? What is spontaneous order? And how does it arise from the conformity of individual actions to general rules? How does Hayek's concept of spontaneous order challenge the assumption that social coordination requires deliberate design? Hayek argues that the progressive income tax is incompatible with the rule of law. What is his reasoning, and what alternative system of taxation does he propose? How does Hayek analyze the transition from doctrinaire socialism to the welfare state? What are the principal dangers he identifies in the expansion of welfare functions? What is the household state, and why does Hayek regard it as a threat to individual liberty? How does it differ from the legitimate functions of government? How does Hayek evaluate the role of education and research in a free society? What are the dangers he identifies in government control of education beyond the elementary level? Hayek's postscript, Why I Am Not a Conservative, distinguishes liberalism from conservatism. What are the principal differences he identifies? And why does he reject the conservative label? In what sense is Hayek's defense of liberty based on a modest and even humble creed? How does this humility relate to his epistemological arguments about the limits of reason? Critically evaluate Hayek's claim that justice applies only to the conduct of individuals and not to the results of impersonal processes. What are the strongest objections to this position, and how might Hayek respond?